मैं लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल भट्ट जी से सदस्य सचिव अभाजीप को भी शॉल और पुष्प द्वारा सम्मानित करने का अनुरोध करती हूँ। माननीय मंच का हार्दिक धन्यवाद, आदर सत्कार। एक जिज्ञासा हमेशा रहती, तोड़ दो यश तीज मैं भी देख लूं उस पार क्या है, जा रहे जिस पन से युग कल्प उसका छोर क्या है, दीप लघु सिर पर धरे आलोक का आकाश क्या है। तो आइए आज जानते हैं इस बारे में, हमारे युवाओं को अवगत कराते हैं। और मैं जोरदार तालियों से मंचासीन विभूतियों का दर्शकों से अनुरोध करती हूँ, जोरदार तालियों से सम्मान करने हेतु। A true leader has the capacity to translate a vision into reality. A vision of futuristic technical education system in India is being realized by introducing courses and curriculum on emerging technologies in the AICTE institutions by Professor T.G. Sitaram, Chairman AICTE. And today's event signifies this. Now I request him to please welcome the gathering and dignitaries on the dais.
नमस्कार। सभी को नमस्कार। Very good morning to all of you. Warm welcome to our celebration of National Space Day. Today, we come together to honor and reflect on the extraordinary achievements of space exploration and to fuel our collective curiosity about the cosmos and that surrounds us all. On this occasion, warm greetings to all of you from All India Council for Technical Education. We are very happy on this occasion to have Dr. S. Somanath, Chairman, ISRO, Secretary DOS on this occasion as the chief guest. A warm welcome to you, sir. Today we also have His Excellency Herr Delphin, Ambassador to European Union. He is here with us. I extend a warm welcome on behalf of All India Council for Technical Education to him. Warm welcome to Sri J.D. Patil, the Chairman, Indian Space Association. Dr. Vinod Kumar, Director Promotions, in Space, Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center, Department of Space, Government of India. We also have with us Mr. Unikrishnan, Dr. Unikrishnan Nair, Director, Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, and Sri A.S. Kiran Kumar, former Chairman, ISRO Space, is also with us today. A warm welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais as well as off the dais. We do have some names I would like to mention. Lieutenant General A.K. Bhatt, DG ISpA, Indian Space Association, he's here with us. And we have many vice chancellors, including Dr. Biman N. Patel, Vice Chancellor, Rashtriya Raksha University, Gujarat, Dr. Selvamurthy, President, Amity Foundation for Research, and Professor Rajiv Kumar, Member Secretary, AICTE, Wing Commander Satyam Kushwaha, Director, ISPA, and also one person behind the scene was working, Mr. Vijay Kumar, CEO of Inla Mobi, and all the guests who assembled here, esteemed colleagues, distinguished academicians, and most importantly, my dear students. It's an honor and privilege to stand before you today at this pivotal event, creating a space ecosystem, a new era, igniting young minds for space exploration. As we gather here under the auspices of All India Council for Technical Education and the Indian Space Association, we not only celebrate the remarkable strides made by the Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, but also embark on a journey to inspire the next generation of space explorers and innovators. This event marks the first year celebration of National Space Day. Started celebrating the National Space Day on 23rd August to commemorate the successful landing of the Chandrayaan-3 mission's Vikram lander on the lunar surface in 2023. This achievement marked a historic moment for India, as it became the first country to land near the moon's south pole, a region that remains largely unexplored. India is celebrating its Indian National Space Day with the theme Touching Lives While Touching the Moon, India's Space Saga. So by designating 23rd August as the National Space Day, India not only honors its achievements of space, but also reinforces its position as a leader in global space exploration. The celebration of this day aims to foster a deeper interest in space sciences among the public, especially the youth of the nation, and to highlight the pivotal role of space technology in addressing some of the world's most pressing challenges. Friends, the success of Chandrayaan-3 symbolizes India's growing capabilities in space exploration and its commitment to advancing scientific knowledge. Celebrating this day acknowledges the dedication, innovation, and resilience of the scientists and engineers at the Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO. It also serves as a source of the inspiration for young minds, encouraging them to pursue careers in science and technology, engineering, and mathematics, the STEM fields. At the helm of these groundbreaking achievements is Dr. S. Somanath, the chairman of ISRO and secretary of the Department of Space. Dr. Somanath's leadership and visionary approach have been instrumental in guiding ISRO through one of its most dynamic phases. I'm glad and honored to have ISRO chairman with us, under whom the historic success of Chandrayaan-3 took place. The month of August holds special significance for ISRO and India's space journey. ISRO was formally established on 15th of August of 1969 under the visionary leadership of Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, laying the foundation for India's ambitious space program. This historic month has repeatedly brought success to ISRO, including the recent triumph of the Chandrayaan-3 mission in the August of 2023. These milestones underscore August as a month of achievement, innovation, and progress for ISRO. The alignment of these significant events reflects a fortunate connection, reinforcing August as a symbol of India's growing prowess in space exploration and its contribution to the global science and technology. Since its establishment, the ISRO continues to be the beacon of innovation and excellence, consistently pushing the boundaries of what is possible. ISRO's Chandrayaan-3 mission not only expanded our scientific knowledge, but also reinforced India's reputation as a formidable player in space exploration. In addition to Chandrayaan series, the progress of the Gaganyaan mission, which aims to send Indian astronauts into space, is another feather in ISRO's cap. This ambitious mission is set to position India among the elite group of nations capable of human space flight, marking a significant milestone in our space journey. Friends, we have assembled to celebrate these successes of ISRO here at AICTE just 3 days ahead of the National Space Day. AICTE, All India Council for Technical Education, became a regulator in 1987, has played a crucial role in ensuring the engineering education in India, which meets high standards and aligns with the needs of the key research and development organizations like ISRO, DRDO, BARC, and many others. AICTE helps to produce skilled workforce in all engineering and management education. It is not wrong to say All India Council for Technical Education in the last 30 years was able to place engineers and produce engineers and managers, not just for India, for the whole world. Today, India became the fourth country and the first to reach the southern polar region of Moon on August 23rd last year to achieve a safe and soft landing of the Vikram lander at the Shiva Shakti point and deployed the Pragyan rover on the lunar surface of August 23, 2023. To honor this landmark, we are celebrating the National Space Day. But what is the contribution of Indian engineers coming out of what is called as second and third grade engineering colleges is remarkable, and that's a big achievement. That's where the role of AICTE in producing large number of engineers and the managers for the nation who contributed to such a success. To celebrate the first National Space Day on August 23rd of 2024, so we are 3 days, we are waiting to see the government of India is launching a month-long campaign to highlight the remarkable achievements of India's space mission and to inspire the nation's youth. So this month-long celebration is happening at all our AICTE approved institutions. All the institutions having different kind of programs to celebrate the National Space Day. The theme really reverberates, that is touching lives while touching the moon, India's space saga, which emphasizes the profound impact of space exploration on society and technology. Friends, AICTE is celebrating this event, creating a space ecosystem, a new era lighting young minds for space exploration with Indian Space Association, ISpA. It is my immense pleasure to share that today we are releasing also a textbook written by Dr. Somnath, Chairman ISRO, and also Dr. S. Unikrishnan Nair, the founding director of Human Space Flight Center ISRO, and also the director of VSSC, that this book, what the contribution is, they are not only this introduction to the finite element analysis for every area, but what the software what they have developed at VSSC is also provided to all students and faculty across our institutions. So I'm very happy that today we are going to launch this valuable book for UG students comprising linear algebra, calculus of variation, finite element method, procedure for static analysis, as well as solid structural mechanics analysis, etc. The main strength of this book is the usage of commercial fees software developed by ISRO at VSSC is a true example of Atmanirbharata and collaborative developments in high-end engineering software. So on this day, we are very happy to release this book in presence of Dr. Somnath himself, who is one of the authors of this book. AICTE is stepping forward to announce the launch of AICTE new space technology curriculum formulated by InSpace, an independent nodal agency under Department of Space. I'm very happy to have the Director General today with us, and this initiative marks a significant milestone in our educational endeavors and aligns perfectly with our vision of propelling India into a leading position within the global space ecosystem. The future Indian space ecosystem is envisioned to be highly automated, flexible, sustainable, and economically viable. This robust space infrastructure will not only enable the growth of innovative applications, but also foster competitive services, providing a significant boost to our nation's technological and economical landscape. Space technology increasingly represents an invaluable asset in many sensitive and high-stakes matters, including national security, environmental monitoring, and disaster management. As such, the necessity to support a cost-efficient, responsive, and flexible access to space cannot be overstated. So this new curriculum is a starting step designed to address these necessities by equipping students with the knowledge and skills required to excel in this dynamic and critical field. The curriculum structure encompasses a comprehensive range of subjects from the basics of launch vehicle systems to advanced space data products and services. It is our belief that through this curriculum, we will cultivate a new generation of space technologists who are not only proficient in the theoretical aspects of space technology, but are also adept to practical applications and innovations. AICTE and Indian Space Association today signed an MOU to spread awareness and understanding of space technology and its application amongst the students and faculty through webinars, events, and exhibitions. Increase exposure to new technology development, both national and international level, through the newsletters, events, and webinars. Will jointly conduct orientation programs to apprise students about opportunities in space sector. New emerging application, industry interaction, which could include opportunities for industry familiarization visits, internships, and exposure to potential job opportunities through ISPA website and ISPA monthly newsletters and mails facilitated by AICTE. So we are going to work together to facilitate networking with national and global subject matter experts and industry stakeholders. ISPA, in collaboration with AICTE, will also facilitate industry-driven technology challenges, hackathons for participation by teams of space technology and applications for AICTE-approved engineering institutions. Friends, looking ahead, the future of India's space industry is incredibly promising. The recent liberalization of the space sector has opened the doors to private enterprises, fostering innovation and competition. This development is expected to create a dynamic ecosystem where startups and established companies alike can collaborate with ISRO, leading to new advancements in satellite technology, space exploration, and beyond. So the entrepreneurial and startup culture at AICTE institutions, with 14,000 institute innovation councils, almost at every institute which has been approved by AICTE, is a significant stride in promoting startup culture in our institution. And I'm very happy to share with you today, more than 10,000 patents have been filed by our students at our institutions, and more than 6,600 startups have been created in different areas by our students and faculty at AICTE institutions. So you have seen there are three organizations coming together today to celebrate the National Space Day, along with very innovative programs and schemes, as well as new curriculum for a master's and a minor degree program in engineering colleges. Together, with the support of academia, industry, and government, we can ensure that India not only remains at the forefront of space exploration, but also continues to inspire and lead the global stage. Let us all be inspired by ISRO's journey and commit ourselves to the pursuit of knowledge, the spirit of exploration, and the betterment of humanity through space science and technology. Sky is no longer the limit. It is the gateway to our aspirations and the future we seek to build. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to each one of you today and all the distinguished guests on the dais, to All India Council for Technical Education to celebrate the National Space Day. Thank you. Namaskar. Jai Hind. Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, sir. Today is a historic day for AICTE. Presence of India's Chandrayaan man, Dr. S. Somnath, symbolizes beginning of a new era for igniting young minds for space exploration. And this will be achieved by empowering lakhs of engineering students in solving real-world structural problems efficiently. To support this, a book on Introduction of Finite Element Analysis, authored by Shri S. Unnikrishnan Nair and Dr. S. Somnath, is being released today. I invite all dignitaries to please come forward for this. And I also request Ms. Swati Maharshi, Editorial Director, Springer, to please come on the stage for releasing the book. Now I request our chief guest, Dr. S. Somnathji, to please release the book. A big round of applause. This book is written in an easy to understand manner and contains numerous exercise problems to aid self-learning of these students. Given the contents, this book is highly useful for the undergraduate students of various disciplines of engineering. It is also a good reference book for the practicing engineers. Thank you very much, dignitaries, for doing the honor. Once again, a big round of applause for this wonderful release of the book. India's space economy is valued at $8.4 billion in 2023, which accounts for 2 to 3% of the global space economy, but it is estimated to grow to $44 billion by 2033. To achieve this, we need to create human resource in this area. Keeping this in view, AICTE has developed model curriculum for space technology. I request our dignitaries to please come forward for launch of the same. And now I request our chief guest to launch the model curriculum for space technology. A big round of applause. We request all AICTE institutions to please adopt this curriculum.
Moving ahead, I request Professor Rajiv Kumar, Member Secretary, All India Council for Technical Education, and Lieutenant General A.K. Bhatt, Director General, Indian Space Association, to please come on the dais. As AICTE and ISpA enters the Memorandum of Understanding, wherein ISpA and AICTE are interested in working together with mutual collaboration to give each other strengths in institutional capacity building, research project developments, pilot project considering the long-term benefits of sharing knowledge, resources, and establishing a strong collaboration. Professor Rajiv Kumar, Member Secretary, and Lieutenant General A.K. Bhatt, Generals, will exchange the MOU. Let us ignite the spark of curiosity and innovation that will propel us towards a future where the boundaries of space are no longer limits. Let us all take a moment to acknowledge the invaluable support and collaboration of AICTE and the Indian Space Association. Their commitment to fostering a vibrant space ecosystem in India is truly commendable. Thank you, Professor Rajiv Kumar and Lieutenant General A.K. Bhatt. AICTE strongly feels the immense potential and desire for the space technology in our children, and youth will inspire future generations. Moving ahead, about our chief guest, Dr. Sridhara Panikar Somnath. Dr. Somnath did his early studies from Ernakulam, Kerala. A mechanical engineer from the Kerala University, he did his aerospace engineering from ISC Bangalore with specialization in dynamics and control. Dr. Somnath has worked as a director, Vikram Sarabhai Space Center at Thiruvananthapuram, and became part of the Indian Space Organization in 1985 and chairman ISRO in January 2022. Dr. Somnath is also Secretary, Department of Space, and Chairman, Space Commission. A highly qualified and richly experienced person, Dr. Somnath's leadership qualities have been a boon for India's quest in space research exploration. I request you, sir, please address the gathering on today's occasion. Dr. Somnath.
Good morning, all of you. Thank you for this opportunity for celebrating the Space Day, the National Space Day at AICTE. And thank you for organizing this one day of brainstorming workshop here on the accomplishment that we have of soft landing on the moon on 23rd August 2023. So we are going to have the formal celebration of its first anniversary on 23rd August this year. Honorable President will be there with us. Now today, I'm thankful for this program, specifically to Professor T.G. Sitaraman, Chairman AICTE, for your special interest in organizing it here, and also enabling ISpA and InSpace to join with you to have this celebration. Both of us share the similar passion. He is from my alma mater itself as a professor there, and also has an interest in the topic that we just released, the book, The Finite Element Analysis. Though he handled most of this in the civil engineering domain, we were doing it in the mechanical engineering domain. Today, we know that finite element analysis spreads in all matters of engineering where there is a field variable problem need to be addressed. So I won't speak about the book. This is not the occasion for it. But then we have great dignitaries on the dais, the Harvard Delphin, the ambassador of the European Union, Dr. Kiran Kumar, former chairman ISRO, Unnikrishnan Nair, director of Vikram Sarabhai Space Center. We know Dr. Vinod Kumar, the director of InSpace, and also the other dignitaries here. I think ISPA's president, Mr. J.D. Patil, chairman of the Indian Space Association, and many other dignitaries here, vice chairman, vice chancellors of the universities. Dr. Usha Titus, I am seeing you here. So we had a strong link at Kerala when we were working together with the startup ecosystem there in Kerala, especially with the engineering colleges. And many, many others who are joined here, the students, the invitees. My greetings to you all on the occasion of the celebration. For me, the 23rd August still lingers very lively in my mind, the day that the Chandrayaan-3 landed. Today, along with us, there are two other great men who have contributed to the Chandrayaan-3 mission. I should speak about them. One, of course, is Sri Kiran Kumar, who has been the former chairman of ISRO, but not as chairman of ISRO that he worked on Chandrayaan-3, but he has been with us throughout in developing, reviewing, supporting on everyday basis, working with the team of ISRO day and night at the control center. I remember he never left home when entire process of Chandrayaan was going on since launch to its touchdown. So thank you, sir, for his contribution in making this mission a great success. So we still make use of his expertise and knowledge in designing complex missions of this nature. And we have another person, Dr. Unnikrishnan Nair. He is a launch vehicle expert. And it is his rocket, the LVM-3 from VSSC, that made this mission possible, putting the spacecraft at the right place, in the right orbit. So congratulations, Dr. Unnikrishnan Nair, for his contribution for making this happen. Today, we have made a theme for the Space Day, National Space Day. It is touching moon while touching lives. It is something that is very important for us to remember about the genesis of the space program. When Vikram Sarabhai envisioned the space program, it was very difficult for him to talk about going to moon, Mars, or human space flight in a country where we were talking about many other serious problems. But then he was very convinced about the need of starting a space program in a nation, an emerging nation at that point in time, because he believed that technology can really transform a society. It's not only just societal transformation, but economic transformation. And its impact will be counted, measured much later. I would like to give you a little bit of those elements when I continue my speech. But then over the journey of the space program the last 60 years, when we were just launching small rockets from Tumba, when people were already touching the moon, I think the gap that existed between us and the people who are able to go to moon were very wide. It was something that need to be bridged over a period of time. I think all of you know that the space technology is something that you can't buy or rather acquire just with the association, but you need to develop the knowledge and skill within the system, within the people, within the organization institutions. And that's what the great nations did. The Americas and Russias, when they were in the Cold War time, they put investment of huge magnitude to create that capability. For us to do that over a period of time was very tough, very difficult. It took long years to gather that capability, building rockets on our own, building propulsion systems on our own, building spacecrafts, launching them. But with the support of many people in the world who supported in developing engines, building spacecrafts and instruments and electronics, I think we have reached a level that the gap that existed during the early ages of our space program has substantially been bridged, to the extent that we are now talking about going to Mars and achieving the mission very first time ever, a nation to do that in its first attempt to go to Mars and then orbit a spacecraft around Mars, to be the first nation to go to moon and land on the southern side of the moon. I think all these are indicators of a certain amount of capability today. But we have no doubt on the fact that the investment that we made in the space program has benefited the society, touched the people. I think many a times people don't realize how it impacted it. And we have commissioned recently a study with some of the consultants to understand and measure what exactly was the impact of the investment that we made in the space program in the society. Not only society, in various aspects of it, in terms of economy, in terms of job creation, in terms of overall the societal impact in different sectors, let it be the agriculture, the security, the natural resources planning, the administration and governance, digital connectivity. If you look at all these sectors, how it really contributed. This was one of the study, and I'm not going to speak about those numbers because it's going to be released. The study is going to be released on 23rd August when we are actually going to have this the presentation by them. So it's important that all of this data come out in the public. But I'll give you a little bit of glimpse of it because it's important for me to speak to you young people. Every rupee that we spent on the space program till its genesis to now, if you count, it produced an economic impact effect to the tune of 2.5 times of that. That's the measure that has come out recently. It has also created an economic value of the net worth of that. It's in tens of billions of dollars equivalent. And it also has created jobs and employment opportunities for lakhs of people, direct and indirect. It also created support systems for fishermen, for agriculture, the crop forecasting, natural resources planning, disaster avoidance. For example, one of the measure of the lives saved, the number that was given is almost 2,500 lives saved in the recent catastrophe, which was with space or without space. And also the number of people who have been relocated in the occasion of such cyclonic or other disaster events based on the space-based data were in lakhs. Such were the measures. I don't know whether you will be able to put those numbers in monetary terms. It will be quite difficult. Now, coming back to touching the moon, it's equally important to think about space, not just for creating those societal grassroots impact, but also to create an impact in the mind of you people. Many a times, the impact that you create in the downstream are not even understood by people. It's very difficult for you to understand how important it is to map the entire water bodies of this nation. They are in lakhs. Map them, to understand them, to create the database of it, to understand how much water comes and goes out, how it's the stability of it, how are the rivers, how to find out where the underground water is there. All this data possibly common public may not ever know. And its impact also may not be ever known. But you all understand the impact that it creates when Chandrayaan 3 touches on the surface of the moon. I think you understand it a little much better. But then taking steps to go to moon and do an exploration mission is always difficult because there will be questions asked. Any decision maker of the policy maker in the government tries to say that you invest hundreds of crores to build a spacecraft to go to moon and land there. The questions will come, suddenly will come, what for you are doing it? And what is the return? When you bring some rocks from the moon, is it going to change our economy? It's going to give so much of impact to us. This is the immediate question that will come to the front. No? So it has always been a reluctant journey for us to identify some missions to go to moon or Mars in the past. It's always been difficult. It was difficult choices. So when a choice was made to go to moon in 2000, maybe in 8, I believe, that made a decision to make the Chandrayaan 1. It was a very momentous occasion. Though we were good in doing scientific missions ever since we started launching satellites, there were some of the other scientific probes or experiments or instruments on board many of the satellites. To have a dedicated exploratory mission going to moon was very difficult. But then it changed the course of the journey later. We know that Chandrayaan 1 was the one which made an object to touch on the surface of the moon impact probe. It did fantastic measurements. And from the outcome of the Chandrayaan 1 is that we know today there is water on the moon, right? And we know that many people have gone to moon. They have touched on the surface of the moon, but we never found out that there is water molecules on the moon. Today we know there is abundance of water on the moon. The post-scientific experiments and evaluations done using remote sensing and in situ measurements confirm that there is water on the moon. And this came out of the Chandrayaan 1. We followed it with Chandrayaan 2. The landing on the moon was not happening at that time. In the soft landing could not happen, but then we did not leave it. The Chandrayaan 3 happened in 2023, touching the surface of the moon in soft landing, and not only touched very well with extremely lower velocity than we anticipated, but then all the experiments, all the 5 experiments that we planned on the Pragyan rover as well as the Vikram lander, all went very well, and we had collected enough of data. And data has also produced some of the scientific findings, which are very, very important. Possibly you will know about it also on 23rd of August. We are going to release the data to the public now. Till now, this last 1 year, the data has been with the PIs or the science coordinators or the instrument developers. Now this data is going to be in the public, the researchers who want to make use of this data and create their own value for it, to create publications out of it. And that will be done on 23rd August 2024. But looking beyond Chandrayaan 3 is something that all enthuse us, to excite us. What you have to do beyond this? Just now we made an impact of touching on the moon, but the journey beyond this is more important. And space has different dimensions today, and one of them is its ability to provide the communication, remote sensing, timing, and other services, which are regular capabilities that we know today. I think this need to expand in the coming days, because the need of this country is very wide. The space sector is serving certain part of the nation. Even today, we know that it has not penetrated into every element of the society. It's still, there are unexplored areas and domains that it has to go. And this is one of the important topics. We also have to invest more in space sector. And all of you know that the type of money that we receive today for space program is substantially a lower percentage compared to many other nations having full-fledged space programs. We need to find ways to invest more into this. And while we are investing, there must be a reason for doing this investment, why we should invest, and where from the return of this investment will come. And of course, I talked about it that in the past years of investment, how it created an economic impact. But in coming days, there will be questions asked. Who is going to invest, and where is the economic outcome out of it? And this need to be properly calibrated while we do it, and where from the investment should come. And this is an important topic that we are discussing, whether it should be done from the government or from the private or from the business revenue creation process, whether it will sustain itself. And we also understand that space program has its own strategic elements. I think launching capability is one of the strategic capability that every nation should be very proud of. And one thing that we knew today, that we have an ability to build satellites and launch it from our own soil using our own rockets. It's not a small capability, and it is not available for many. And you know today that the capabilities are limited to only a few nations or collectivity of nations. I think this is something that we need to sustain, thrive on it, and work on it to improve it, make it more cost effective, make it more accessible, so that we will be able to do much more missions. But equally important is to inspire people. And unless you inspire through the space program, there will be no people coming and joining space program, and also to work in high technology areas. Simply showing them that in the last 60 years, we were able to bridge that gap that existed between those spacefaring nations and us is an example that it is possible for us to bridge the gap exists between us and many other technological progresses in other sectors as well. You look at the electronics, you look at the medical area, or in many other areas that value-added processes are happening in technology sectors. It is important for us to have strategic programs on bridging that gaps to build up to a nation to the top positions among Committee of Nations. I think this is something that the message that space program has to give. For that, there is a will and a desire by the government today. I think all of you know that today in 2020, we had a space sector opening. And this space sector opening was followed by the new policy, the space policy of 2023, which delineates the responsibilities of each of those entities, the Department of Space, ISRO, the InSpace, the NSIL, and the non-governmental entities. Today, we know that whatever we have created out of the public money in ISRO is actually belong to you, for you to make use of. The knowledge, the technology, the facilities are all accessible to people who want to develop in India. And this has to happen. I think this also has to happen, and we need to create value for the work that you are doing, creating in terms of exploitation of the capability, whether to produce downstream activities, the applications, and how to create revenue out of it. It's very important. And we should also find a ways by which this NGOs find it profitable to operate. And this is also equally important. It's not possible for you to invest money in building all this capability and don't get a revenue out of it. And where from all the revenue will come? And this skill is more in private companies rather than institutional organization like ISRO. And we need to make use of their brilliance, their capabilities. And today we know there are space companies, startups, and the all established companies willing to do that. 200 plus startup companies are there in space sector. It's an indicator of the changes that are going to come. Today, India is a startup nation with 1.5 lakh startups in many sectors. And we are just a small set of startups in space, 200 in the last few years of time. I believe that it will grow much bigger. They will grow in various sectors. There will be some in the building of the rockets, some will be in the building of satellites and technologies, and many more in the application sector. And the application sector is very, very important. I think this is something which I would like to tell you people who have an aspiration to become an entrepreneur, to work in space-based applications. And this is an open call to each one of you to understand where are the possibilities and who are the examples that you can actually emulate, looking at their success stories. And young people, when you celebrate Space Day, it's important for you to understand the type of possibilities. And some of them who got inspired in working with us in ISRO, left ISRO and started companies. I think all of you know them. I have always been mentoring some of my colleagues who were with me in my rocket development, went back and developed some of the interesting rockets, the Skyroot, the Agnikul, all belong to that class. Today, we have at least 5-6 companies building satellites, and at least 3-4 of them have already launched the satellites built in India, with some of the non-technologies sourced from India, but of course some came from outside. But over a period of time, those components can still be done in India. We are looking at big companies going to invest in creating that infrastructure of building rockets and satellites. And this is something that we are looking for, very important. It's just not startups that you can change the whole ecosystem. It's for the big players need to come into this sector. For example, providing satellite-based services. We need to invest and create that basic infrastructure of having satellites so as to provide various support services in communication, remote sensing, etc. So there are programs and plans being put forward by InSpace, how to create that type of ecosystem. One of them is creating an Earth observation constellation with the support of the government. And we are also looking at bringing the data which is available over the last so many years. 30 plus years of data is archived with us. And we would like to make this data available to the public. And you can download and use this data free, resolution up to 5 meters, all the remote sensing data, and then make value out of it. And the new data that's going to come also will be available. And value-added products and services can come out of this remote sensing data. And these models have already been experimented and proven successful in Europe and other places. And we would like to make use of such models here as well. Another area is the navigation. I think all of you know the positioning, navigation, timing services that the NAVIC going to provide, both in strategic sectors and civilian sector is very, very important. Of course, the primary role of NAVIC will be in the strategic sector, but we would like to make sure that it comes into the civilian sector. Of course, with the subsequent launches of NAVIC satellites, which will happen, all your mobile phones will be enabled to receive NAVIC signals in the civilian domain to help you, in addition to the other GNSS services. And it's important to provide such an accurate services because our Navic is a regional navigation system, not a global one, which has a better accuracy and assured signal capability than many others, which will be proven in due course of time. I'm very sure about it. But beyond this, in the next 25 years, we have a vision now in the space sector to scale up the economy of the space activity from the current 2% of the global space economy to something like 9-10% in the next 10 years of time. From the $9 billion of worth of space activity that is happening here to be expanded to something like 40-45 billion of US dollars equivalent. If that has to happen, many of these small elements need to be connected, bridged, create such an active ecosystem along with the governmental support in creating more inspiring programs like the Human Spaceflight Program, creating the program to build space station and supporting microgravity research, also working towards sending an Indian to the moon by 2040, as already announced by our Honorable Prime Minister. All these steps are inspirational elements, but while we do work on all this, we also work on our capability enhancement. We work on the research in various fronts, in cutting edge domains of materials, technologies related to space, knowledge creation in various sectors, and sharing it with each one of you. And this is a mandate that has been given to ISRO today. And we are committed to develop that type of capability to make India a stronger, powerful nation, not through space alone, but through many other sectors which will take inspiration from what we are doing in space sector. And that's the purpose of this celebration. That's the purpose of this day. And I believe the Space Day celebration and this type of coming together of various people in this country will really trigger this passion, interest in young minds, prepare you to take up challenging tasks and responsibilities in the way ahead, identify where there are potentials to create new job opportunities, new ventures, new ideas, new innovations, and help us to grow stronger, powerful, and a safe country. Thank you so much and wish you all the very best for this opportunity given to me.
Thank you, sir. Undoubtedly inspiring and motivational. His presence has adorned today's occasion. Let us all give a standing ovation to the Chandrayaan-3 man who has made each one in the country proud. Thank you, sir. Continuing, India's space program, established in the 1960s, has achieved major milestones like lunar and Mars orbiter missions, demonstrating advanced launch vehicles and satellite technology with a focus on societal applications. Our guest of honor, Ambassador Hervé Delphin, holds the position of European Union Ambassador to India. With a career spanning 30 years with the EU, Hervé Delphin is a specialist in foreign policy and international relations. He is a man on a mission with target to increase the trade connections between India and the EU. Hervé Delphin holds a master's degree in political science and contemporary history, and also a master's degree in European studies. Mr. Delphin was awarded the title Légion d'honneur, that is Legion of Honor, the highest French national order, in 2014. I request you, sir, to share your thoughts with us on today's event.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear Professor Sitaram, dear Professor Somana, dear Professor Rajiv Kumar, dear Lieutenant General Bhatt, dear academicians, students, business, and friends of space, and friends of India-EU cooperation. It gives me immense pleasure to participate and speak to such an esteemed gathering as India celebrates this week's India Space Day on the 23rd of August. A few days back, India celebrated its Independence Day, and ISRO was kind enough to gift the country with the launch of another satellite into the space, carrying the Earth observation satellite. So again, congratulations for that. It only speaks of all the major feats of India and the great strides that India did in the space domain in the past years. Um, Space, and I'm speaking also to students. I'm a professor, as you read it in my resume. Space is certainly the place of dreams and is a space of exploration. It is also, as it was mentioned by Professor Samana, a strategic domain. There is a dark side to it. There is always a dark side in the space, of course, but there is a dark side as it comes to human activities. Think of congestion, congestions of traffic, congestions of debris, over 150 million debris floating in orbit. That presents a major challenge. Think of confrontation with the risk of weaponization of space and erosion of the global governance in space. But there is a positive side of it. It's not congestion, it's not confrontation, it's healthy competition. Healthy competitions between countries, states, nations, companies aspiring to conquer the space and develop new technologies for the benefit of mankind and the benefit of economy and the people. The last C is not competition, is cooperation. We need cooperation, if only for space traffic management. As we see in this area, I'm glad to see that India and Europe have cooperated. I have a long history. To my knowledge, the first venture between India and Europe in space took place in the 80s, in 1981, when Europe's Ariane 3 rocket launched into space India's first geostationary satellite, named Apple. The name took a significance of its own. Since then, the cooperation has grown leaps and bounds, be it with India's lunar mission, Chandrayaan, and again, congratulations to India for this major feat, but also on the European side with the Galileo and Copernicus program. Fair to say today, EU and India both stand as major space actors and strategic actors. When we talk about EU, it's EU and its member states, and ISRO has several notable partnerships with EU countries, and few of them dating back to 50 years old. Space cooperation represents an optimal choice for the EU-India strategic dialogue and security dialogue considering the global security challenges we face, but also the impact of climate change, natural disaster, the environment, water management. So our history of cooperation is marked by agreements, like an agreement of cooperation on Earth observation data. And we are looking at new areas, like in terms of satellite navigation, emergency warning satellite services, for the development of common messaging standards. The EU space program is the first integrated space program created by the European Union to support our space policy in an integrated manner, to address societal challenges such as climate change and technological innovation. EU investments in space has grown from 5 billion euros, about 7,240 crores, from the period 2007-2013 to 15 billion of euro, which is about 27,000 crores in 2021-2027. So a threefold increase in our space investment. We have many activities, as I mentioned, from Earth observation, satellite navigation, connectivity, space research and innovation, which encourages innovation and competitiveness through investment in critical infrastructures and disruptive technologies. Like in India, we want to promote research Like in India, we are looking at the partnership between the private and the public. We have three pillars in that respect. In the context of the Horizon Research Program, and space falls under the second pillar in digital industry and space cluster, with a total envelope of 13.5 billion euros, which is about 12,500 crores. So we look forward to the partnerships between the private and the public, notably on a new system of secure connectivity constellation called IRIS, Infrastructure for Resilience, Interconnectivity and Security by Satellite. We also have launched the European Commission Cassini Space Entrepreneurship Initiative, which is an entrepreneurial support mechanism that is here to support over 200 companies, and it offers targeted entrepreneurial life cycle from ID generation to market entry and growth. Clearly a program that is tailored for startups. We also want to support this, and it is, I think, the main topic of today, learning, the academic pathways, research. In that respect, the EU Space Academy Learning Platform was created to provide the business and technical skills you need to develop groundbreaking apps and disruptive business technology related to space. We have also developed a job placement scheme called Space Career Launchpad to help university students and young graduates find internships and employment opportunities. We also have the Cassini Space Summer Camp targeting younger students in the 14-18 years age group to inspire them to pursue a career in the space sector. I wish this program existed when I was younger. Maybe that would have changed the course of my career, for I am also a dreamer and very much inspired by space. But we also have international schemes like Erasmus and the Marie Curie program that provide grants and support mobility of researchers and students between EU and India. And it is our belief that space should be one area of this mobility partnership between EU and India. What I see, to wrap up, is both on EU side and India side, there is an immense thrust from governments on both sides to augment all dimensions of the space ecosystem, from education, skilling, research, innovation, economy, connectivity, and security. And I think I can say with confidence that leaders of both EU and India are certainly, as part of this partnership, strategic partnership that we both have, are keen to prepare next year's bilateral summit with our leaders. And I really hope, and I'm confident, that space will play an important role into this agenda. And I think we have a year to build that, to elevate a space dialogue between EU and India, which can only be of benefit to our governments, to our companies, but also to our people, to also students and researchers. And I think we need to nurture and increase the bonds between us at all levels. So this is with these remarks that I would like to wrap up, and thank you again for this wonderful event, and congratulate India.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words and thought-provoking ideas. In a world influenced by the wonders of space exploration and human space flight, students are far more likely to be attracted to fields such as science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, which we commonly abbreviate as STEM. We have amongst us Mr. Jayant Patil, whole-time Director and Senior Executive Vice President for Larsen & Toubro's Defense Business. Mr. Patil is an alumnus of IIT Bombay, having pursued M.Tech in Mechanical Engineering. He is the founding chairman of Indian Space Association. I request Mr. Patil to please address us all on this important occasion.
Dr. Somnath, Dr. Kiran Kumar, Professor Sitaraman, and other dignitaries on the dais. It's, I must say, an extremely amazing privilege to be present today when we are celebrating the 1 year, another 2 days, and that would be 1 year of landing on the moon. At the same time, during last 3 years, what really has happened in this country has made the space sector grow, and this growth we are seeing on an hyper trajectory. Now, this hyper trajectory necessarily means that there's going to be enormous amount of demand for young minds and skills, not something which can be managed by few people. This is how ISRO really developed this space technologies and done amazingly wonderful things. This is essentially where the AICTE, in space, ISRO, ISPA, all of us, when we come together to create a new curriculum, we are truly, in that sense, an historic day, we are truly going to be creating the future skill of trying to grow this market in line with what the Prime Minister expects us to be doing. We are someone who is looking at today the space market to be reaching somewhere anywhere between 10% to 25% of the global economy in space by 2047. The first target towards this, what we actually have, is to reach that 44 billion, a 5.5 times growth exactly in 9 years to come. So one can imagine, calculate the people who do mathematics, you can calculate the CAGR per year, and that's the growth rate at which this industry is going to be growing. And the one who will make it happen is not the existing people, but the one who will really enable it to happen are those young minds who are going to be joining this stream as the space stream. Space is not a new sector, and this is something which we heard Professor Sitaram and thereafter Dr. Somnath talking about. 1968, ISRO was created. 69 was the first human landing on moon, which happened by the Apollo 11. Now, when we start looking at history, we start with a huge disadvantage, and Dr. Somnath talked about this part, that when we began, we already knew that somebody is already gone there. So why is it that India wanted to go there? Or why is it that India wanted to develop this sector? And he also touched upon enormous amount of benefits which some of these space technologies have got. And if I just talk about the benefits and each and every aspect of it, probably the day is not going to be over, and I'm sure the speakers in the subsequent sessions actually will talk about it. We can talk of any aspect right from the day you wake up to the time you sleep, and the space technology touches your life, and soon we'll also have a direct broadband on this device that every one of us have. There's enormous amount of call it technologies, the approvals, they're all in place, awaiting for the last one set. And within next couple of months, we'll have a broadband without going through a service provider. You'll have it directly on your cell phone. Now imagine what does it do to the digital economy that India is. And this is essentially where 2020, when the Prime Minister decided that we'll make this sector open, he had a small conclave. And this is something which I'm sharing you. I don't really speak about much of these things. But this small conclave had 8 industrialists. Existing players in space were that small. ISRO's entire ecosystem of space is typically about 200 to 250 small industries and few major industries. I happen to have the privilege of having been part of Lassen to Bro. We are partners to ISRO for exactly last 53 years. So the first rocket that got designed by ISRO, produced in India, happened in Lassen to Bro. So this is a legacy when we start looking at the past, and with this kind of a conclave, a lot of new thinking came in, and having announced that the space sector will be open, the first advice the Prime Minister gave was, why don't you create a specific, your own association, a non-profit society which essentially dedicates itself to carry on the agenda of space. And this was the birth of Indian Space Association. Now, this association today is exactly soon going to be 4 years. From the day we were registered, it is 3 years because we had to register during the COVID times without anybody being allowed to travel and being allowed to physically send papers because nobody will touch the paper you sent. And in all this scenario, ISPA was created. Now, Prime Minister said, I will actually come for the launch of ISPA. It is historic that there's no society which actually has been launched by the Prime Minister. But this is one that made it very different. Why I'm telling you this is the importance which the leadership of the nation attaches to making space sector or believing the abilities of the space sector to take the country completely differently positioned. And that's something which is what essentially now has to happen as a part of what all of us in industry, or for that matter, in the academia and of course the youth, we need to be putting together. This is a kind of a mission on which we were, when opened, we were 2% of the global space commerce. And I now talk of as an industry man, more of the commerce aspect of it, because in terms of technology, anything that one could do right in this country, trust me, it exists. Knowledge has never been a limitation. We are blessed as Indians to be among the most innovative set of people. So ISRO actually did all that in terms of creation of knowledge. How does every other country go to a moon? They use raw and brute power. What does an ISRO do? Is to use minimal power, minimal resources to be able to go to moon, use gravity of the moon and the earth to create, we all have played as a child something called a slingshot. To use the gravity to create a slingshot and travel lakhs of those kilometers to reach there, all that you need to do is an initial boost to get into an orbit. And thereafter the orbit maneuver, the gravity provides you energy to go ahead. Now, how does this kind of a thinking begin and where does this thinking begin? And if we really look at this thinking is the ability of all of us as Indians, in spite of, and I'm one of those testimonies of the entire industrial revolution, in spite of last 50 years of multiple sanctions, leave out last 10, 12 years, last 15 years, India never had ability that any nation in this country who are trying to be great friends to India today obviously ever came forward to help us. Leave out the first few years after ISRO was created, and most of what we see in terms of ISRO as a partner, as an outsider, as well as an insider. In that sense, we know that ISRO developed right from basic material. Do we realize that most material that we use, if we take the same standard material out into the space, it won't survive. It breaks. It gets sucked. The electrons out or molecules out of materials will get sucked into the space with that absolute vacuum or that kind of a condition. So how does one make material that are going to be surviving and operating in space? And that's true for endless kind of life. Now, this is essentially where right from basic metallurgy, we see one institution in this country who spent effort, created the entire ecosystem in India, right up to creating the missions and creating exploration of this entire solar system. I always feel, why is space so important? Besides, of course, what it will do to the businesses, what it will do to mankind, what it will do to societal or the entire global population in terms of benefits, I think ISRO, or for that matter, the space, as a sector actually teaches us how to be inclusive. When you are into outer space, does anybody care where you came from, which country you came from, which state you came from, which gully you came from, which district you came from, which caste you came from? Nobody is bothered. It's one unifying kind of an environment. And that unifying environment, all of us as students of science, if we start learning and teaching about it, I think teaches us a lot in terms of what is inclusiveness. Go beyond 50 kilometers and it belongs to no country. While on land, we can keep talking, we are X country or Y country and we will collaborate together and we'll work together. What is it beyond 50 kilometers? It's nobody's. It's everybody's. And that everybody brings in that inclusivity. I think that inclusivity, if we learn out of the sector and start implementing, enormously big things would have actually happened. So this is one sector which we can keep talking about. It's essentially a sector which is absolutely a greenfield. Didn't exist. We virtually see 2020 first announcement of the sector being open for public participation. Now, read public participation means now you can create business models. That day, there were less than 8 or 10 startups in this country. And today, we have little more than 200, but I think sky is not the limit when we talk of space, and that applies also to the amount of innovation or the amount of new business models that can get created. We've seen a space policy exactly about 1 year and 4 months back. We saw a new policy being announced to facilitate how space sector would be regulated, or for that matter, how it would be facilitated. Little before government of India actually created this trifurcation of what ISRO used to do in terms of the scientific establishment, so that future research, future more and more newer things we keep doing as a country. And what ISRO did in the past in terms of some of that legacy is then carried on by the industry, call it the non-governmental enterprises, in terms of taking things forward, reaching it out to people. The data and the wealth that exists in the form of what ISRO has observed and recorded all these years is up for grabs. And why I say that is because as India, we know that we are a IT capital of the whole world. In terms of innovation, in terms of taking out the same data, creating something new out of it, is something which runs in our blood. And that's why we are a capital of the world in terms of IT and the data processing. Now, if we put these two together, 80% of the space commerce, trust me, will actually come out of this data and the services this data can create for the mankind, which very little has actually happened. Not that I won't say that nothing has happened, but the fact remains that there's far more to be done. And this is essentially where the sleepless nights that a startup puts in, or some of those young boys and girls who actually give in their complete selfless times into what is going to be happening, create enormous amount of future wealth. And we actually see that future wealth creation has just begun. This movement in terms of time by 2047 gives us a hope that we will rule like we rule the IT capital today. As a country, we will rule the space sector with anywhere between, as I said, low hanging target of 10% to 25% of the global commerce being served by India. Now, when we start marching towards that, one area which at InSpace there's been huge amount of debate and we've been thinking as to what will make a biggest difference. And I think that's essentially where today's program is extremely relevant. Create a basic curriculum for what is space. What is space technology is all about. What is it to do a satellite? What is it to design it? What is it to make custom built kind of applications that will sit onto that satellite? Or for that matter, something which is going to get enormous amount of this observation data, which you can use million possible ways and get applications out of it for the people. Now, the one who obviously will benefit out of will buy that data. As simple as that. So there's no one buyer scenario, which some of these sectors otherwise had in the past. And I think that is precisely where the things are going to be moving forward. To make this happen, look at the kind of policy initiative that the government took. They said, yes, ISRO will focus on one aspect of it. The existing assets and entire launching and everything else will move to NSIL. Dr. Somnath talked about it. And the third was the creation of InSpace. What is InSpace? It's a promotion body, it's a regulatory body. Never ever in the history of India we have ever heard of any governmental body which has a role of promoting. Government only comes in as a regulator. Government will tell you this is what you cannot do. And even what you can do will be written in a way what you cannot do, so balance you can do. Now here's an organization which Government of India creates to say, no, we will teach you how to do it, we will handhold you. What do you require? Come and tell us, we will actually make that happen. And I think this is a policy reform which is far reaching to be able to create. And Vinod has been extremely passionate about trying to take some of this agenda forward in terms of promotion. And from the promotion comes, where are we going to find people to create this? Is the existing space economy good enough? It's not even a fraction, a small fraction of what the country will need. And I think this is essentially where my absolute compliments to Professor Sitaram, actually seeing that potential and then saying that let's create something. Obviously, when there are all willing people to come forward, then there's symphony. Otherwise, between two people, there can be discord. But here's a case of four organizations sitting on the dais, actually creating a symphony. And I'm sure this symphony will create enormous amount of success stories in lighting those young minds who will start contributing, building the future of India. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Patil. Undoubtedly, collectively, we will delve into the latest advancements in space technology, explore the potential of space explorations for societal benefits, and discuss the crucial role of education and research in shaping the future of the space industry. Today's occasion marks our aspirations and commitment to furthering India's pride. I thank all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and all who have gathered here, and also those via online mode on this momentous occasion. Today's event throughout the day is packed with inspiring session, thought-provoking discussions, and exciting showcases. We have a stellar lineup of speakers, including renowned scientists, industry experts, and young innovators who will share their insight and experiences in the upcoming plenary sessions after this inaugural session. We will continue with further session at 11:45 a.m. after a short
adage goes, shoot to the moon, and even if you miss, you will land among the stars. Indeed, India has not only reached the moon but has planted the seed of inspiration for generations to come. On that inspiring note, ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence the plenary session. We are honored to have among us our distinguished panels of experts from government industry, academia, who share a common vision of India's ascendancy in the space sector. May I please welcome our distinguished members of the plenary session to come to the stage with a thunderous round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Lieutenant General A.K. Bhatt, retired, Director General, Indian Space Association. Dr. Vinod Kumar, Director, Promotions in Space. Professor Ranjan Bose, Director, IIITD. Mr. Onni Krishnan, Director, Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, Careers in Space. Mr. Mahavir Singhvi, Joint Secretary, New and Emerging Strategic Technologies. Let us begin this intellectual odyssey and set the stage for this momentous discussion by welcoming Lieutenant General A.K. Bhatt, retired, the Dynamic Director General of Indian Space Association, commissioned into the 9th Gorkha Rifles in December 1981, and has served in the various terrains and operational areas in the Indian Army for over 38 years. Principal Staff Officer to the Chief of Army Staff twice as the Military Secretary and Director General of Military Operations during the Doklam crisis in 2017, commanded the prestigious Chennaur Corps in the Kashmir Valley in 2018. Chairperson of the Board of Governors of the IIIT Kota, Rajasthan, Founding Director General ISpA, launched by Honorable Prime Minister on October 11, 2021. May I please welcome Dr. Usha Titus, IAS CMD, ASAP Kerala, on stage, please. May I welcome Director General ISpA, Lieutenant General A.K. Bhatt, to kindly address the August gathering, please.
Dr. Somnath, Chairman ISRO, Chairman AICTE, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and the bright young minds of India. It is my honor to address you today as we celebrate India's remarkable journey in space exploration and look towards the exciting future which lies ahead of us. Before I commence my talk, I take this opportunity to welcome all the speakers of the plenary session, and especially Dr. Kiran Kumar, former Chairman ISRO and member of the Space Commission, and Dr. Onni Krishnan, current Director of Vikram Sarabhai Space Center. Between both of them, along with Chairman ISRO, represent the past, present, and future of Indian space. It is an honor to share the stage with you, sir, Dr. Onni Krishnan. We gather here today. We stand at a pivotal moment in our nation's space endeavors, a moment that calls for reflection on our achievements and anticipation of the boundless possibilities that await us. Our nation's space program, as the chairman had mentioned in the inaugural session, with its humble beginnings in 1960s, had, under the visionary leadership of Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, has now culminated in the recent triumph of Chandrayaan-3, a testament to India's unwavering commitment to pushing the boundaries of scientific exploration. Throughout these decades, India has consistently demonstrated its prowess in space technology, exploration, and earned its name among the Committee of Nations. Today, we stand as a proud nation that has achieved remarkable milestones in space. Our successful missions to Moon and Mars have captured the world's imagination and showcased our technology in the global stage. The development of indigenous satellite launch vehicles has given India a strategic autonomy in accessing space, a crucial aspect of our nation's security and progress. Perhaps most importantly, we have pioneered space applications that bring tangible benefits to our society, from weather forecasting to disaster management to remote education and telemedicine. And though the ISRO chairman had mentioned it, but I should highlight 20 years back, whenever there was a hurricane, the number of casualties was in thousands. And now the figures are below 10 and maybe 0, thanks to what we are able to find about the weather, give early warnings, and in this, space has played a very major and significant part. As we are celebrating today our nation's space achievement, it is imperative that we reflect on the lunar exploration program, particularly the Chandrayaan mission, which has captured the imagination of the nation and the world. Chandrayaan 1, as you know, was launched in 2008 and marked India's foray into the lunar exploration. The mission's greatest triumph was the detection of water molecules on the lunar surface. The mission was operated for 312 days and achieved 95% of its planned objectives. Building on its success, Chandrayaan 2 was launched in 2019. The mission aimed to take lunar exploration a step further by attempting a soft landing on the moon. While the orbiter component of the mission had been a resounding success, the Vikram lander unfortunately experienced a hard landing. But this setback itself was the strength on the basis of which we confidently did Chandrayaan 3 last year. The success of Chandrayaan 3, which we are celebrating on 23rd and as also today, is a testament to the indomitable spirit of Indian science and engineering. What we have set out to do with Chandrayaan 3, when the Vikram lander landed there near the South Pole, we became the first nation to be able to do that and are the fourth nation which has landed on the moon. Apart from basking in the glory of Chandrayaan 3, this is not the end point, but the beginning. It sets the stage for more advanced lunar missions, possible resource utilization, and even human lunar explorations in the future. All these missions will be crucial in planning future deeper space explorations. As we celebrate our achievements, it is crucial to look ahead at the ambitious plan laid down by ISRO and its leadership and by the current chairman, Dr. Somnath himself. The roadmap he has presented is nothing short of revolutionary, promising to transform India's space capability and global position in the coming decades. One of the most exciting developments on the horizon is the next generation launch vehicle. This project aims to create a new class of launch vehicles having a payload capacity which is 2 to 3 times to the present launch vehicle and at a reduced cost. And as has been mentioned by ISRO, this will be done as a project which will be done along with the private industry. ISRO has also, in just the last 2 to 3 years, ever since space has been opened up to private sector, transferred the Indian mini satellite bus technology. It is offloading the production of its workhorse PSLV, and that is being done by a consortium of L&T and HAL. The small satellite launch vehicle, the third launch of it, just took place a few days back when it successfully launched the EO-8 satellite. And this SSLV is going to be transferred, this technology, to industry partners to further take it on commercially. Even the LVM-3, or which we know also as GSLV Mark III, is being handed over to the private industry in a public-private partnership. Action for that has already started on. Perhaps the most inspiring goal set by ISRO is the Gaganyaan, which will take place by the end of this year, its first mission. And our human space flight will furthermore ultimately land us, our Gaganyatris, on the moon by 2014. The Bharatiya Antariksh mission, or the Indian Space Mission, which encompasses a wide range of cutting-edge projects, is also in the anvil starting from 2028 and would be completed by 2035. Even a third launch pad incorporating to integrate, transfer, and launch philosophy will be made very soon in Kerala. A location for it has also been identified. As Indian Space Association, we are privileged to be part of this new Indian space journey. ISPA, as a premier industry association of space and satellite companies, is playing a role in shaping the future of Indian space sector. Our commitment is multifaceted and is aligned with the nation's broader goals. Firstly, we are dedicated to support the government's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat in the space sector. This involves fostering indigenous capabilities, promoting self-reliance in critical technologies, and reducing dependence on foreign imports. Secondly, ISPA is actively working to facilitate private sector participation in India's space economy. We believe that the synergy between the government initiatives and the private enterprises will be the key driver of innovation and growth in this sector. I would not talk of the global economy, which is likely to reach 1 trillion by 2040, and definitely India will have a share of 10 to 25% of it. Today, space touches all of us, and to simplify it for the young men who are here, today early morning when you would have started here and checked the weather, you have used space. If you've taken out money from the ATM, you have used space. If you use Google to come to this place, you have space. Everywhere in your walk of life, space is touching us. And for this, what has happened in the last 3 years is that private companies and startups have also taken very good initiatives. Out of these initiatives, the academia has played a major role. Some of our best startups have been incubated at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, at IIT Madras, and they have been successful in pre-orbital launch of rockets, as well as manufacturing satellites or thrusters for satellites. In the way forward, we need a multi-pronged approach. A continued government support in policy reforms is essential to create an enabling environment in the space sector. We need increased collaboration between the academia, the industry, and the research institutions to foster innovation and accelerate technological development. Investment in STEM education is crucial to nurture the next generation of space scientists and engineers amongst you. While speaking on ISPA's inauguration in 2021 October, the Prime Minister had emphasized that among the 4 pillars which are required is the importance of empowering the next generation for space activities. And the launch of the space-based curriculum today by AICTE is a step in that direction. India's space future has to be led by a new space enterprise, which, in the words of Chairman ISRO, comprises of ISRO in the lead, along with academia, industry, and startups. And this space enterprise is what will lead and take forward India's global aspirations. To you, all young men here today, I say this: the future of the Indian space program rests in your hands. Your innovative ideas, your passion for exploration, and your commitment to pushing the boundaries of science and technology will shape the destiny of our nation in space. Empower and equip yourself with the knowledge and skills needed for the space sector. This goes beyond traditional engineering disciplines. The space sector of tomorrow will need experts in fields ranging from material sciences and robotics to space law and economics. You have to embrace these interdisciplinary learnings and stay abreast of the latest developments in space, in the space technology. I encourage you all to embrace the spirit of innovation and entrepreneurship. The space sector is ready for disruptive ideas that can transform how we approach space exploration and utilization. Lastly, I invite you to consider careers in the rapidly growing space industry, whether it is with established organizations like ISRO, with private companies, or your own space startups. There are numerous paths to contribute to India's space journey, and I'm sure your generation will take India much ahead. Let us all work together to ensure that India's flag flies high in this new age and in India's Amrit Kal. Thank you for your attention. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Jen Bhatt. Your remarks have certainly provided a compelling framework for the session theme. For a comprehensive perspective, we have the privilege of welcoming Dr. Vinod Kumar, the Dynamic Director of Promotions of InSpace. Dr. Vinod Kumar is the Director, Promotion Directorate at InSpace and the Executive Secretary of the Astronautical Society of India. With nearly 25 years of at ISRO, he has led the design and development of attitude and orbit control systems for over 36 satellites, including the Mars Orbiter mission. An alumnus of IIT Mumbai, he has been honored with multiple ISRO Team Excellence Awards. His research interests encompass missile detection, AI, and interplanetary missions. Prior to ISRO, he worked with the Indian Air Force and held faculty positions in engineering institutions. May I please welcome Dr. Vinod Kumar.
Thank you, madam. Yeah. Respected Dr. S. Somnath, Secretary Department of Space, Chairman ISRO, Dr. Sita Raman, Chairman AICTE, the dignitaries on the dais, and my dear friends and colleagues, very good morning. Namaste to all. So today I've seen that a lot of speakers are talking various facets, but I will take through how this journey to develop this curriculum started. After working for 2.5 decades in ISRO, I was offered the post in April 2022 to work in space as a promotion director. The first task or assignment given to me by chairman in space, Dr. Pawan Goenka, was to, can you develop a curriculum for space tech education in India? In fact, I was very confused with minor, major, and this. I told, yes, sir, I will develop. Yes, let me form a team. Next slide. So this all started when this is just to create learning opportunities for the students to get them trained on the space technology. And I must thank sincerely the chairman AIC, Dr. Sitaraman, to have really gone through all the process to approve this model curriculum. I would like to please clap for him and his team. They are really, they kept asking many questions and we could answer all of them, and this day has come. Next slide. So in April, I was given this task. So first we made a team, and in that, like my guru, PhD guide, Professor Hablani was there. Then we have experts from IIST, IIT Bombay, then IIT Madras. Then we have from VSSC, then from IIRS team also we involved in that. So we took out the cream of ISRO in each subject to come out at nice syllabus. We started in April. By July, we could complete it on a task mode, and it was implemented in IIT Madras first introduction to space technology. Next slide. And the enthusiasm of students are so much that in a class of 60, when I ask them status, there's a 73 registered. So they have to close it. Then IIT Bombay did this year, January, 93 registration was there. So generally they keep, because this course is such that it across the branch students can take. So we came out with 5 courses. Then idea came that yes, we should have one more course on space economy, law, policy, and benefits. What it is basically. Then we designed a optional course also. So I will just take through this. All these courses covers the entire spectrum of the space technology. The very first, the introduction to space technology, gives you the glimpse of what is in space in each of further syllabus. Launch vehicle and systems and technology gives you everything about launch vehicle, including how to design, guidance, navigation, and control. And not only this, propulsion systems are also covered in that. Space flight mechanics and attitude control. I'll tell you, this is really brain of the satellite or launch vehicle, where flight mechanics is covered, including the how. Because you see, when you don't study these subjects, people are confused in what is altitude and what is attitude. And for first 3-4 months, we will be keep seeing center of the motion of the center of mass or motion about center of the mass. Then keep doing yarroll pitch, right-handed coordinates, left-handed coordinates. All this jargon we have tried to compile in the spaceflight mechanics and attitude dynamics course. So it's very interesting, and I should really thank all the people, those who contributed. So like when we discussed the launch vehicles or satellite making, that was another area we covered completely. The major part comes in application sector. I'll tell you, IIRS director and his team has carefully crafted this with the help of some communication services, expert, space data product and services. And we took the best expert for designing the 6th and optional courses. Next slide. So if you see that it covers full spectrum. Now came there's a how you design the credit spectrum. Structure LTP. We first understood that. I should thank Dr. Deepthi Patil, who is the dean at Cummins College. She has given good input to design. This is the way we should do and how minor is done. We were discussing with Dr. Vamsi Krishna. Next slide. So this is all credit structure. Everything is covered in this. Now, how to go move about it? You have done it, but you have to implement it. So Chairman in Space has formed a committee, National Committee for Adoption of Space Tech Education. 14 institutions are already working with us, and I will say in the coming slides that who all has already adopted and they have started the journey already. So we support them. What responsibility? We support them with the expert, of course, with the full help of the ISRO, where I should again thank the Secretary Department of Space, where we are getting a lot of support, being the same department from ISRO and even retired people. Now we have developed a unique 1-week immersion program, where these students, those who are adopting these courses, will undergo a training, in the Space Technical Center, where they will go through all the software and hardware, nitty-gritty of how you develop a satellite or launch vehicle. Then we will explore the internship opportunity in ISRO and non-government entities, assess to in space ISRO ecosystem for practical training. That's very important. And we have already started the student competition, like model rocketry is going on. We are very happy. This year we got around 80 applications for model rocketry. Cancer repeat second edition is happening. Is giving a lot of know-how to the students. We get very happy when we see the comments that before this competition I was not knowing how to draw a circle, and but now they are doing 3D printing themselves, designing processor and all. I'll tell you, when in June 23 I met Chairman AICTE, he was telling we have Atal Tinkering Lab in the colleges. I told, sir, we are the user of your labs. All students, they were using that his 3D printing. I'll go to visit the college. They will demonstrate how 3D printing is done and how they are making the CAN-set, how they are designing the ICs and all. Next slide. So these are the certain things where we continue. Next slide. So these are certain things we need to adopt them. So these are some institutions. I will skip this. IIT Bombay, Indore, lovely professional university. Next. So all these people are working with us to adopt these courses. Next slide. So these are the some terms of reference to develop strategies to introduce and enhance technological education at various academic level. Even MTech, PhD is started. I'll show you the IIT Roorkee has started MTech and PhD for foster partnership with educational institute, government and industry experts, create awareness campaign with various means. Next slide. So if you see that what we offer in this, so this was minor is one part, but we are extending it to full-fledged degree. Again, I request the chairman AICTE to look for this, because we have already developed the syllabus for MTech at IIT Roorkee, which is started on July 24. The batch is full, including the foreigners. PhD they have started. ADY Patil Pune private university has started last year. First batch is passing this year. IT Indore, we helped them in July 23, they started. So we are very happy to know that even private institutions are coming forward. MIT Manipal has come forward to even take that space economics law and policy course. Next slide. And I'm very happy today, MIT VC told me that they are adopting this course on law, policy and all. Next slide. So if you see, I think you have not, okay. So there's one more slide. Basically, all these things need the training of academia. We see there are not sufficient experts which are there in India. They depend on ISRO, either working or retired experts. What we did, we designed a skill development courses, 1 week capsule courses in space is conducting. This is 6th within last 8-9 months. 6th course is starting on August 25. So if you see, we have designed the courses starting from launch vehicle to the propulsion system, to the space data product and services, to the A to Z of satellite making. Each area we are covering, we are giving a capsule to them to grasp them further and excel in that area further. So these are the certain things, with all the thanks to the team, those who have directly, indirectly helped us in making this syllabus. Thank you very much. Looking forward. This can be a very good igniting young minds. The theme is very apt for the occasion. On the National Space Day, this theme is very important, and this curriculum will certainly build the next generation space force frontier. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Vinod, for that significant address. May I now welcome Dr. Usha Titus, IAS, AMD, ASAP Kerala, and ex-officio secretary to the Government of Kerala to kindly address the gathering.
Change the slides.
It's dear Dr. Somnath, Professor Sitharaman, my fellow panelists, Lieutenant General A.K. Bhatt, Dr. Vinod Kumar, Dr. Unikishan Nair, Mr. Kiran Kumar, my colleague, erstwhile colleague on the G20, Mr. Mahavir Singhvi, Professor Ranjan Bose, academicians, industrialists, dear students. It's indeed a great privilege to be here today in this panel that consists of uh, such great minds and greater minds actually sitting below to listen to what we have to say. I speak, can I have the slides? I speak on behalf of a skill training agency. And as you all know, skill training agencies run parallel to the mainstream academic institutions. We've had a model curriculum launched by AICTE for the colleges to be adopted by the colleges as a minor stream. We have Professor Ranjan Bose here as director of IIIT Delhi, who will speak from the perspective of education institutions. I represent the skill training agency, which is named Additional Skill Acquisition Program, Kerala. Where do I? Okay, you can change it from the wasting time. I represent a skill training organization, which is a 100% public sector undertaking, which is nested in the Department of Higher Education in the government of Kerala. Please change the slides. So initially, to give a small introduction to my organization, so we are a Section 8 company with the dual recognition of NCVT as an awarding body and an assessing agency. We have been recognized by Niti Aayog as a best practice, in addition, of course, to being acknowledged in the India Skill Report for the services rendered to skilling the youth of Kerala. Some of our programs are, of course, taken by others as well. Can you go on? Yeah, move on. So when we talk of the Indian space ecosystem, we generally think, as we have heard from those who have spoken to us, government is key in policy making. You have InSpace as a bridge, you have ISpA as a grouping of the private sector that can work in the space areas. We have ISRO and AICTE to lay down the curriculum, not just AICTE, but we have the other regulators as well. And you also have a space for the skill development agencies, because many a time when students go to companies for placements, they are often faced with the issue of not having sufficient skill sets for the jobs or the job roles that the companies are looking at. So skill development agencies work with the private sector to assess their demand, to customize programs that are required, and to deliver. They also work with the higher education institutions so that good faculty are able, good academicians are able to curate the programs. So when we look at the area, the intervention of the education in the space sector, we know that there is a huge competitiveness in the space sector, the need for an entrepreneurial mindset, the need for innovation. This requires a heavy reliance on education. At the same time, we know that the space sector is itself being transformed with the addition of new technologies and policies, as we have seen in India, the business trends as well that brings in more corporates into the space. European Union is our guest of honor today, so let me take a few moments to talk of how they have forged ahead. Space strategies have been developed by many of those nations in the European Union, Austria, UK, Germany, for instance, and they lay action plans that promote space education. A large number of universities in Europe have collaborations with space agencies or government bodies in charge of space-related activities, and they provide it in the form of programs, projects, missions, which is a lesson that we can all take here as well. It's very heartening to hear that in space is collaborating with universities, and that is how this model curriculum has itself been drawn. Interdisciplinary research centers have been set up in universities. We all know the space frontier is interdisciplinary. We heard it from no less than Dr. Somnath himself. So there is need for such interdisciplinary university research centers to be established, either in the colleges or universities, or to be standalone but accessible to the colleges. These have to focus on space systems. At the same time, they have to focus on the other areas like cybersecurity, fintech, Internet of Things, even data management. The next slide. If you look at a brief history of space technology and the skill demand, it's okay. The beginning of the phase 1 or phase 2 of Indian space journey, we know that we had launched sounding rockets. Our major skills and competencies that we looked at were in aerospace engineering, avionics, climate studies, and science streams, because we looked at atmospheric observation and climate-related activities. Then came the 80s, and we started looking at the necessity of communication engineering, applied electronics, photonics, radio technology, power and energy management. We were looking at communication, remote sensing satellites for communication, resource mapping, defense definitely, strategic reasons, disaster management. And we had investments and market penetration slightly through intergovernmental and PPP route. And finally, now we are in the intercelestial area. We have, through our missions into space and landing on the moon. So now we are into deep space exploration. We are into planetary explorations. We are looking at manned missions. Now, what are the major skills required? Big data and analytics, AI, ML, robotics in a big way, automation. We are looking at the applications and therefore healthcare interventions, space management. We are now looking at real intervention with investment from the private sector as well. Next slide. So if you look at skills, futuristic and non-conventional, this is just a table to say in terms of the SDGs also, swift and reliable communication or satellite systems and applications. There are technological enablers which are there, 5G, 6G, communication network. What is the skill set required? Network core and use case development. Allied sectors are required like fiber. Analysis and prediction. The technology enabler is data science and science learning. The skill sets required are data analytics, AI, ML, coding and programming. This actually says that if any student wants to enter the space sector, it is good to learn, or it is necessary to learn coding, AI, ML, data analytics, at least in some depth. Now we are looking at an unfamiliar environment as a purpose. Then the technology enabler is simulation, automation. We ought to focus on data privacy and security. This leads to skill sets, requirements of cybersecurity, AR, VR. Finally, sustainability and the prosperity of life. The technological enabler is definitely the application side, and skill sets required are related to those applications. Next one. The educational interventions, therefore, in educational institutions are, as has been shown by AICTE in an exemplary manner, the minor stream, but generally, as in European universities, master's programs and PhD programs will remain the focus of intervention because the space sector requires people who have done in-depth study in many specialized areas, which even includes the management of launch vehicles, which are some of the programs that are there in European university. Now, the skill training agencies like us would like to develop add-on courses that can be provided in an offline, online, or even practical lab-based, self-paced manner. Now, this calls for development or curation of programs. This calls for academicians who have knowledge. I was very impressed by one of the bullets that Dr. Vinod Kumar showed, which was immersion of faculty in industry, in areas that can be opened up by ISRO or IIST, becomes key to developing faculty who can curate the short-term programs, deliver the long-term programs. And inspired faculty alone can inspire students. Students come into the space sector only when they are inspired to do so. Because you don't see space industries like you see software industries around them. So to be inspired to join, we require inspired faculty. So I would suggest that this immersion of faculty in space-related activities is key to developing the involvement or the awareness of students in this sector that we seek to develop. Definitely entrepreneurship development through entrepreneurship development clubs in colleges goes a long way to bringing students into space sector. Next. I think that's last. So centers of excellence was talked about. We have under our organization set up centers of excellence with private participation. Electric vehicles, that we have set up 2 centers of excellence. Government has contributed to it. At the same time, the private sector, Hero Motors, MG Motors has also contributed. The AR/VR technology is entirely government-driven. Drone technology, we have again partnered with the private sector. So I would request or suggest to ISpA to collaborate with institutions to set up centers of excellence, especially when they have to be interdisciplinary, because that's the way you can get students and faculty involved in development of core and use case scenarios. Local ecosystem building is something that we are engaged in. Government of Kerala has set up this ambitious venture called K-Space, in which they provide land and built up space to encourage aerospace and defense industries and startups. So we are partnering with K-Space so that we can provide training and thereby skilled professionals to the industries that take up space. Following the exemplary stand of AICTE in organizing this National Space Day celebration, we are also now partnering with IIST and K-Space to have a National Space Day observation on the 30th of this month in an engineering college in Trivandrum. I think that's the last one. So these are the focus areas that we are looking at. Provide sufficient competent human resources for companies and develop this competent curriculum and training, hopefully with the help of IIST faculty. We are looking at faculty for development of curriculum for those smaller skill sets. And we need programs and competitions for awareness creation. Gaming is the way to bring students in. We are looking at supporting upskilling and RPL, recognition of prior learning. We need to provide internships. The Government of India has taken a significant step in the last budget by announcing 1-year internships. I come from a medical background, which suggests that internships are mandatory to giving a degree, and therefore internships are taken seriously. It also therefore provides skilled healthcare professionals on graduation, but that's not the case for engineering or for other arts and science. Right now, most universities have accepted the AICTE norm of providing 6 months. Providing 1-year internships call for changes in the regulation as well, but it will go a long way. I can emphasize from my medical background, it will go a long way in creating competent professionals. Student startups and student incubations are something we would be focusing on. We would try to contact the corporates in the field to set up centers of excellence. These are the proposed training programs that we are looking at. Not since the core space curriculum has been laid down by AICTE, we are looking more at specific skill sets to help in the companies who are entering this field. And going forward, develop competency of systems engineering for space segment and conduct training on even how to operate satellites skillfully. Next one. So what happens to the students who take it? There is a presentation on careers in space. Next one. So I won't focus on this one. Next one. So finally, placements. Every student who joins an institution wants a job. Now, of course, we have a very vibrant startup ecosystem. Otherwise, majority of students want jobs. A study was done by the European Space Policy Institute in 2022. The report showed that students overwhelmingly enter space education by being inspired to do so. However, more than 65% say that it will be difficult to find a job. We are talking of Europe, where the space agencies are very well funded. They have a lot of projects, yet 65% students find it difficult. So this calls on definitely better policies by the government to encourage more corporates to come in, but also that corporates should be looking, ISpA should be looking at a hire and train model where they hire the students from colleges and entrust training to agencies or enter into partnerships, collaborations with the universities so that they are trained with the skill sets that they require. I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Usha, for that inspiring address. Now, to enrich our understanding with multidisciplinary lens, we invite the esteemed Professor Ranjan Bose, Director, IIIT, to kindly deliver his keynote address.
Read this slide.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Dr. Somnath, Professor Sitharam, other dignitaries of the stage, and my fellow speakers. It's a pleasure to be here today, a very proud moment for all of us. I would like to change the gears a little, and as soon as my slides load up, I would like to basically connect the dots. Space technology has been talked about, and I would like to see it from the lens of higher education. I'm from IIIT Delhi. And let us see, this talk is pitched more to the younger audience. So please bear with me and use your imagination a little. I belong to the era where we used to watch Star Trek, and the favorite line was, "Space is the final frontier." And that's what we have breached. And in the next 10 minutes, we will see what are the exciting possibilities it has opened up. Before we get into education, we must understand what should we educate them for? What are the opportunities? Not today, not in the next 5 years, but in the next 10 years. What will be the space situation look like? What were the kind of opportunities that will surface in the next 10 years is what we would look at. So if I look at some of the nice industries that will really grow up, some are obvious. Aerospace is obvious. Remote sensing is already there. Manufacturing for space and smart materials is already there. Long distance telecommunication is of essence. Defense is going to become big. It is already becoming big. And space tourism, as all of us know, has already taken off. These are some of the potential areas where many of the youngsters sitting in this room would actually be working on. But to enable these, what are the key technologies that we need to look at? So in no specific order, and this has been taken from a recent technology trends report from McKinsey, and I will be presenting some data because the way to move forward is to base our decisions on data. Small satellites. Big satellites have been launched. We've seen that, but the whole genre has changed. Earlier, the satellites would be of the size of a big car. Today, these CubeSats and nanosats are the size of a cup, coffee cup, or even smaller. Those are the new kinds of satellites that will take over the space. This whole new concept of low Earth orbit satellites, already we have 12,000 plus satellites moving around, and the prediction is 2030, 100,000 small satellites. Launch technologies. That's the other place where we have to look at what are the newer launch technologies we have to develop to enable us to launch customized satellites today. The other big thing that we have to look at, reduction in weight, size, power, and finally cost. So it will become a economies of scale kind of approach as we move forward. The whole dialogue is going to change. So what is the prediction? What will the world look like 5 to 10 years from now? First, space will become a dominant domain of national security. Some of us realize it. Today we think space is, remote sensing, satellite imaging, weather predictions, GPS. Security, this will be one of our things. So today we have Army, we have Navy, we have Air Force, perhaps we'll have Space Force. So space has to be protected. The next interesting things that the different lens has to see is space will become, and again, these are predictions, a critical infrastructure. Critical infrastructure, as you know, telecom, power, some things that the country cannot live without. And space is likely to be a critical infrastructure because financial transaction, location services, defense applications, and a plethora of other activities will depend on how we manage and protect our space. Sustainability is going to be a big thing because everybody is going to shoot satellites. Lot of debris, commotion in space. How do we do a sustainable space development? We would be definitely looking at some international laws coming in place. And of course, omnipresent AI ML will be everywhere, looking at the cybersecurity angle, the collision avoidance angle, big data processing, and a lot of novel designs that we will look at. Where are people putting money in? Again, this is a report that I put together from the Oliver Wyman report 2024, which is looking at where venture capitalists are putting money on. So first trend is that it went up in 2021 and it is going down. But the trend is that will go up again. So that is first observation. And number two, there's a significant increase in beyond Earth infrastructure that people are looking at. That's the count, looking at launch, but data analytics takes the big piece of the cake. All of these satellites, space objects are going to generate humongous amounts of data, and that's where a lot of jobs will be. Another thing, this is the vector score. Where are we headed? Everybody knows space is growing. How fast? So if you look at the McKinsey reports tracks news is big on news. In fact, the 2019 being the base and 2023 is where we are looking at the data. A lot of news happened in this past 3-4 years. And a lot of net searches happened about space. But research didn't take off so well as was expected. And patents, lot of scope for patents. Investment happened, not much. And talent demand, which I'll just talk about, is to grow big time. And that is why it is very, very important for the young friends in this room. Very busy slide, quickly run you through this. Look, you needed various kinds of talent. Space is a big canvas, right? Exploration is there, Python programming is still required for space, physics is there. But if you see, physics and space exploration are two areas where we perhaps as higher education institutes need to put more focus on when we design curriculum as opposed to many of the other areas, including manufacturing, aerospace engineering, and remote sensing, where there's an excess talent available. Please note the use of the word talent and not skill, because Dr. Usha already talked about the skill part, which is very, very important, but we are looking at it from the talent lens. There is a key difference there. Okay, very quickly, near future, what is in it for us? So now you have to use your imagination a little. What will happen, which is not happening today? In space production. So we will not transport everything from Earth to the space. We will produce stuff in space. It will reduce cost. It will have resource utilization, advantage of microgravity, and of course, flexibility and adaptability. All of this will happen. We'll have manufacturing taking place in space. What else? Collision avoidance. Too many people out there, congestion, too much of space debris, risk of collision. This management itself will be a big, big issue there. Right. Space situational awareness. I mean, somebody earlier today mentioned Indian space economy will be at USD 8.4 billion, and it will keep growing. So this is a slide from one of our space system labs at IIIT Delhi. We are actually tracking and making algorithms which will predict the collision courses and probability of collision. This is almost Star Trek. Mining, space mining. Go to an asteroid, extract the tons of platinum and nickel and cobalt and iron present there, which is very, very valued here on Earth. Will it happen? Is this space fiction? There are companies already planning with an 8 to 10 year horizon, already trying to plan out launches, which will mine minerals, not to be brought back on Earth. That doesn't make sense. Reuse it within space and other colonies that will be formed. Exciting work going on. Now, final 2 minutes. Higher education, that's what I came here to speak about. Space is changing, but so is higher education. Today, higher education is more digitized, diverse, distributed, disruptive, and data-centric. But if you see, all of this fits very well with the space education that we're talking about. We need students. We started a new curriculum today, but we need more focused curriculum on the problem statements that we have identified. And most importantly, the higher educations have to pitch in, not just in terms of teacher training, which was mentioned earlier. We can't expect a person to teach a pilot to fly who has never entered an aircraft. Similarly, we can't expect teachers to teach about space education if they have not had immersive experience. So we need to work really hard on training the teachers and faculty members who will train our students. And curriculum, of course, has to be worked upon big time. Higher education is not only about education, it is today about pushing the boundaries. So research has to kick in big time, and entrepreneurial activity is another socioeconomic impact that higher education systems do. So we have to progressively encourage this in our educational institute. And perhaps have focused faculty in charges who lead specific space-related activities within the institute. So that's kind of a focused approach we would need to do that. This is a picture of how 23rd August 2023 looked like. Everybody was glued. We had an auditorium full of people. This is one of the 3 auditoriums. They were packed. And this is the kind of excitement space can generate for all of us. I'm a proud Indian. I felt very excited on 23rd August last year. And I'm sure most of us in this room, if not everybody, was super, super excited. This is what we can do, but we have a long journey to go if we have to create a leadership in space. So I would just close my talk here. How do we connect the dots? First, training manpower is important, but more importantly, identifying areas where we need to do to meet the demands for the next 5 to 10 years. Then, of course, policy level interventions are required. Make space education more accessible, and that is what higher education institutes must do. And of course, engage private players and entrepreneurs. That's all for my 10 minutes. or so. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Bose, for that uplifting note to our wonderful audience. To understand the government's strategic vision for space, we invite Mr. Mahavir Singhvi, Joint Secretary of New and Emerging and Strategic Technologies, NEST, Ministry of External Affairs, to kindly address the gathering.
Dr. S. Somnath, Chairman, ISRO and Secretary, Department of Space, I think he just left, Chairman AICTE, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to thank AICTE for inviting me to this August gathering on an issue which I think is of seminal importance, that is creating a space ecosystem, a new era igniting young mind for space exploration. And I'm delighted to be present here today. But before I go on to talk about the theme of today's discussion and the reason for why we have gathered here, I would just like to mention some of the points about a new division which we have created some time back in the Ministry of External Affairs. And I'm telling it here today because I think that many of you may not be aware of this new division. And it is called New Emerging and Strategic Technologies Division. We call it NEST division in the Ministry of External Affairs. The primary purpose of creating this division in the Ministry of External Affairs was to strengthen our tech diplomacy in different domains of new emerging and strategic technologies. And the terms of reference of this division include to function as a nodal point to evolve and coordinate India's position for negotiations regarding technology governance rules, standards and architecture in the multilateral and plurilateral context, including at the United Nations and relevant international organizations. Also to assess foreign policy and international legal implications of new and emerging technologies and technology-based resources. We also look at building policy interface with key partner countries and international organizations in this context. We are also entrusted to assess demand-driven requirement of new emerging and strategic technologies in India in collaboration with our line ministry and facilitate as a synapses the interlocutor and partner interface for their acquisitions. We also interface with line ministries and state governments in the quest for acquisition of new and emerging technologies. We are also working to strengthen the role of our missions abroad to work as a field synapses in facilitating the supply related chains for technologies in this context. We also work to identify new emerging technologies which have strategic import for India. We undertake assessments on the strategic implications of source and deployment of such technologies for our national security in India. And the speaker before me talked about how space is going to be one of the very important aspects for our national security. And we also work to strengthen our role as a determinant player in determining the national and global perspective on new emerging and strategic technologies. So we have a vast mandate to deal with different aspects of new emerging and strategic technologies. And I think space is, again, I would say, is a very strategic space itself and is a technology also. So we have a very huge role to perform in the Ministry of External Affairs. And our endeavor is to strengthen different aspects of our relationship with different countries abroad.
Now coming to the theme of today's topic and discussion. I think on August 23 last year, we made a history by becoming the fourth country to successfully land on the moon and the first to reach its south pole. And this monumental achievement by ISRO is a testament to the hard work, dedication, and expertise of our scientists and engineers. Their relentless pursuit of excellence has not only elevated India's status in the global space community, but has also inspired countless individuals across the nations. And Chandrayaan-3's success has enhanced the credibility of India's space program, showcasing its technological capabilities to the world. And this accomplishment places India firmly among the elite group of nations capable of lunar exploration. Chandrayaan-3 has also opened doors for private sector participation in the space exploration. And apart from solidifying India's position in the global space community, as you all know, Chandrayaan-3 mission have also opened avenues for international collaborations, data sharing and partnerships with other countries in future. It has also ignited interest in the STEM field among young Indians, encouraging them to pursue careers in space science and technology. And I'm very happy to see young minds sitting over here, young students looking forward to have a perhaps career in the space sector. So ladies and gentlemen, while we celebrate the success of Chandrayaan-3, it is important to recognize the policy initiatives that have enabled India's space sector to achieve such a remarkable milestone. And in this context, I would like to say that in 2023, Government of India launched the India's space policy, which outlined the government's vision for the Indian space sector in the coming years. The policy had taken a more liberal approach and opened the sector to increase participation from non-government entities throughout the space economy and the value chain. As you all know, the space budget has seen an increase in the last decade, and at the same time, we have set an ambitious goal of five-fold increase in our share of global space economy by 2030. Our decadal strategy and vision for space is also crystal clear. We envision to accelerate India's growth through space applications on Earth, strengthen capabilities in space, and create socio-economic benefit and capabilities for growth. And in this line, the vision and strategy under the Indian Space Policy 2023, the Government of India has also ensured and eased the FDI policy on the space sector by prescribing liberalized FDI threshold for various subsector activities. And due to these efforts, the number of space startups have gone up from just one in 2014 to now we have 189 in 2023, as per DPIIT's Startup India portal. There are a number of startups like Skyroot Aerospace, Pixel, Agnikul, Cosmos, Bellatrix Aerospace, to just name a few. They are making significant strides in the space industry today. And these companies are not only leveraging cutting edge technologies, but also driving innovation at a pace that is redefining the possibilities in space exploration. And the success of these startups is also a reflection of the supportive ecosystem that has been created by the government and industry stakeholders. And through initiatives like the Space Tech Innovation Network, SPIN, the government is actively fostering collaboration between startups, research institutions, and established players in the space sector. And this collaborative approach is key to sustaining the momentum of innovation and ensuring that India remains at the forefront of space technology. And friends, India's space sector is expected to reach the size of $4 billion, contributing to about 8% to 10%. I beg your pardon, it's $44 billion, contributing to about 8% to 10% of the global space economy by 2023. And by 2033, along with the export share of $11 billion in the next 10 years. And as we continue to push the boundaries of space exploration, it is crucial to recognize the importance of international cooperation in this domain. And that's where I come from, Ministry of External Affairs. And space, as you know, by its very nature transcends national boundaries, and the challenges we face in exploring and utilizing space requires a collective efforts from the global community. India has always advocated for peaceful and collaborative use of outer space. and our partnerships with other spacefaring nations have been instrumental in advancing our space capabilities. Collaborative missions, technology exchange, and joint research initiatives have not only enriched our scientific knowledge, but has also strengthened diplomatic ties with other countries. And in today's interconnected world, international cooperation in space is more important than ever. As we look to explore deeper into space, whether it be returning to the moon, reaching Mars, or even venturing beyond our solar system, collaborative efforts will be essential. And by working together, we can pool resources, share expertise, and tackle the complex challenges of space exploration more effectively. Not only that, international space cooperation plays a crucial role in addressing global issues such as climate change, disaster management, and sustainable development. Satellites, for instance, are vital tools in monitoring environmental changes, predicting natural disasters, and supporting humanitarian efforts through partnerships with other nations. And we can maximize the impact of these technologies and contribute to the global good. And in this context, I would like to mention that India has pioneered many multilateral and bilateral engagements as well, and that can go a long way in addressing industries' challenges and building space capabilities in the future. Under ISET, US-India Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technologies, there is a focus on strengthening the bilateral commercial space partnership and also skilling and STEM talent exchange. We also have collaborative partnerships in the field of the space sector with Japan, Australia, and France, among others, and also in the Quad grouping. On developing space norms, we have signed Artemis Accord in June 2023, which demonstrates our commitment to sustainable and transparent space activities and safeguarding space from long-term and short-term threats and strengthening global governance of the space sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate these achievements and look forward to the future, it is imperative that we also focus on nurturing the next generation of space explorers and scientists. The success of Chandrayaan-3 and the advancement in our space sectors serve as a powerful inspiration for young minds across the country. And your presence here today, I think, is an evidence of that. And I think we must actively encourage and support students to pursue career in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Initiatives like Young Scientist Program, which introduces school students to the exciting world of space science, are crucial in sparkling curiosity and passion for space exploration among the youth. I think the previous speakers have already laid out a framework of how STEM talent and skilling is necessary in this context. And moreover, creating platforms for students to engage with the space technologies through workshops, competitions, and internship will empower them to contribute to the field in the future. And I think all of these were talked about before me. And by providing access to resources and mentorship, I think we can guide young talent to develop innovative solutions and drive the next wave of advancement in space exploration. And I think AICTE is well poised to play an important role in this endeavor. And today's event and the curriculum launch will be an important milestone in this direction. Now, let me conclude by saying that success of Chandrayaan-3 is not just a milestone in India's space journey, but it is also a beacon of what we can achieve with determination, innovation, and collaboration. And as we continue to address our capabilities in space, it is essential that we build on the policy initiatives that have fostered growth in the sector, support the rise of startups, and strengthen our international partnerships. But most importantly, we need to inspire the next generation to dream big, to explore the unknown, and to contribute to the future of space exploration. For it is through the aspiration of and the efforts of young minds that India will continue to lead in the space frontiers, paving the way for discoveries that will benefit all of humanity. And I hope that today's program, which includes insightful sessions later on by esteemed scientists, engineers, and educational leaders, alongside interactive sessions, will ignite the curiosity and passion for space science among young minds. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Singhvi, for the remarkable address. For insights into the role of academia in shaping the future of space, we welcome Mr. Unnikrishnan, Director, Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, to kindly address the gathering, sir.
Good afternoon. So do I have your attention, especially the kids, children sitting there, chatting there? I know it is very late, it's time for lunch, not for any launches. So I will not take much time. I have been asked to tell you how you can take a career in space or a career in not only in space, anywhere. So I will tell in a couple of minutes, especially it's meant for only students who are aspiring to become space professionals. So now you know that space is not restricted to ISRO alone. It is space all around. Space is so huge now. So many startups today. Chairman was saying about 200 plus startups, and each startup is having more than 100 and 150 professionals. So you can imagine the number is increasing, and at some point of time, it will cross the total number of ISRO, totally something like 17,000 for all the ISRO centers. We all know the space activity. Here, experts have talked about how our space activities began in 60. We all know that the space era began in 1957 with the launch of Sputnik by the then Soviet Union. And that is taken as the beginning of space era. And 60s, early 60s, thanks to visionaries like Dr. Sarabhai, Dr. Baba, we also started the space program. That is why the gap between the other countries, or we are one among a few, maybe 3 or 4, or sometimes number one, like landing on the southern side. So it all started as a Indian National Committee for Space Research in COSPAR in 1962. Then the same year, the southern tip of India called Tumba, where the Tumba Equatorial Rocket Launching Station, that work also initiated. And in 1969, ISRO was born. And the Department of Space in 1972, ISRO was brought under DOS. As you know, ISRO has 7 major centers all around the country and 6 units. Units are having, this maybe the strength is less and the focus will be narrow. And for autonomous bodies, including IIST, IIST is the only space institute in the country under a Department of Space. We started in 2007. So ISRO has been all along encouraging this academia industry interaction. We have many programs. We have sponsored research called Respond, started in 1972. Nearly 500 projects through more than 118 academic institutions all across the country. They have been part of this, and 218 are ongoing. Here we give the problem in a Respond basket, or any academic institution they can apply. It will be funded, and then the results will be shared, and it will be feeding into our program. We also have ISRO cells called Space Technology Cells at major IITs and Institute of Science, as well as Space Technology and Incubation Center, or STIC, at NITs to focus on entrepreneurial-oriented projects for regional academic centers like RACS at NITs. And that is again for collaborative project on a local basis, so that the message of space related activities will be traveling far across all along the country. And there are centers of excellence we develop in different places depending upon their capability. Innovation centers are also there. So there are many programs in Department of Space to induce the industries, academia, and the younger generation, because we know that we need excellent people with the caliber to get into the system, so that the activities will again continue with the same vigor. And there are 9 space technology cells at IITs and IAC, 6 RACS, regional academic centers, and again 6 STIC or space technology incubation centers and central, west, south, east, north, northeast locations, so all through the country. And there is another way, if none of these things are available, any academia or industry, they can have a memorandum of understanding in specific field, and then we can list out what we are going to do, and in a time-bound manner, we can complete all these activities. You also know that we have an IIRS, which conducts R&D in geoinformation science and Earth observation, and also NARL, National Atmospheric Research Laboratory, where they fundamental and applied research in atmosphere and space sciences. So we know that with here experts have been talking about the emerging space economy and the need for having NGOs into the fold. So that is how 4 years back InSpace, Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center, has been established with a view to act as a single window system for anybody. Anybody can come and ask them, so that the facilities at ISRO, the expertise at ISRO, even advice, but anything, even launch pad, anything will be available. And that is how many of the startups are making use of the ISRO facilities and then coming up in their domain. So in the important point that we want to discuss is, we know that you are when you how to join ISRO, that is one part, or how to have a space career. I am not going to make it specific to ISRO. See, the first part is we look for definitely your mark is one sort of a screening. It doesn't mean that if you have 99% mark you are fit to join ISRO, but mark is only one sort of screening. Maybe 70 or 75, some cutoff will be put. But then it is important for students. It is not mark alone that matters. How much you have grasped the subject. Generally, in all our the test as well as in interviews, we just ask questions from the syllabus. We are not asking anything outside that. There is no need for you to go to coaching centers or other training centers and spend additional money as well as get more and more stressed. Only you need to only look at the syllabus and try to understand. This understanding is very important. See, many a time you just mug up and write exam, you get marks. You may not be able to get through the next layer of screening. See, example, I can tell you, students, you all know, say pi. What is the value of pi? Anybody can say? Hello? We're all talking each other. That's all. Eh? And how many digits are there in pi? Decimals? Huh? Why it is so? What is the significance of pi? Are you using it in your day-to-day life? So pi is also the ratio of perimeter to something, diameter of a cylinder or a circle. So a pi we call as an irrational number. Then you should ask, what is irrational number? Why it has got so many digits? It is not that it is 3.14. This type of questioning, when you learn in your school, ask your peers, ask your teachers, and if you understand it properly, then any questions from that syllabus you will be able to understand. See, like, we talk about trigonometry, and then many of the students feel so frustrated about trigonometry, but that is being used regularly in finding out the height or angle or whatever it is. So this linking of your curriculum with the day-to-day life is something very important. So ISRO conducts something called the ICRB. That is what that a test, where that based on that test you will be called for an interview, mostly for technical engineers and all. Out of the 17,000, 75% they are all technical people, but there are many types of profession. There are nurses, are there, doctors are there, cooks, there are drivers, are there, administrative people, technicians, technical assistant, draftsmen, engineers from all curriculums, and then a BSc, physics, maths, all sorts of people will take. But number will be depending upon the type of projects and the where we want, the type of work we are doing. So that is one part, and there are other aspects like for technical assistant, technician, etc. Each center will have their own advertisement. You can just look at the ISRO site; that advertisement will be there. You just apply, and then you can become, you can appear for the test. And once you are recruited, you will be trained, like you call us a training program. See, we are not, we all don't know everything when we join the ISRO, but then you will be trained. And once you join, you will have opportunity to go for higher studies like ME, or you can take PhD. So a little bit about the IIST. IIST is a premier institute in India dedicated to study of space science and technology. It was established in 2007. The only institute equipped to offer all spectrum of undergraduate, postgraduate, and doctoral programs in different branches of space science and engineering. So we take yearly around 150 undergraduates and a similar number of PG and around 60 PhDs. And then the style of teaching at AIST is a little bit different, because there is it is built around a robust framework of strong interdisciplinary activity that is among the departments as well as with the other ISRO centers. That is where we get a opportunity to work on real life problems, and you can interact with the scientist, and thereby you can work on real problems and then solve it. So it's the first university in Asia to be solely dedicated to the study of research of outer space. And that is one area you can join IIST. It is taken through JEE Advanced, and then of course, depending upon your mark, you can appear for interview and again get into ISRO. IST is also a member of University Space Research Association, USRI. There is a US-based private non-profit mechanism where, which it's a association of more than 100 universities worldwide with a focus on space and related activities. Now, ISRO, when we look at the current type of engagement with industry and academia, of course, there are problems that are getting solved, but we know that there are even higher level of engagement, like the Caltech JPL, how they make robotic systems like Curiosity, Perseverance, Dragonfly. They make total systems and then that fly in missions for NASA. So this is something probably in our system when we go further, academia, industry, and the associated linkages should supply total system rather than components or subsystems, so that you develop something like, say, Mars helicopter, you develop and ask some startups or ISRO to launch. So you get the data. So this type of engagement with each other, with industry, that is something which we need to look forward to. So there are exciting opportunity, and because of this new space ecosystem, more and more opportunities, both in government as well as in private segments, are coming out. And those who are interested to follow the passion of working in space only should go and work in that area. So my advice to you is to follow what passion you have in your mind. If you are interested in engineering, go for engineering. If you are interested in something else, go for that. It could be a painting or legal profession or so many things. In fact, we see that with more and more space activities, we see there are other activities also coming up, like the space policy and administration. That is definitely that area. More and more professionals are needed, but not much courses are offered by academia in this area, like space law or even like space policy regulation. I hope with the time such courses also will be offered, and along with the vibrant space system, I'm sure that the industry academia system also will have we will be co-travelers in meeting the future visions of our 2040 vision, which has been morning Chairman ISRO was elaborating, like having mission to moon, or a man landing on moon, or having our own space station. So these are all opening up new vistas like bioastronautics. We don't have any institute working on bioastronautics. What happens to human body when they are in space? So there are so many emerging areas where we can work with those who are interested in that. So we see a fusion of engineering, medical, and other professions that only will definitely face the challenges of future space program that we are embarking upon. So wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that prominent address in space as a career. May I now request Mr. A.S. Kiran Kumar, a stalwart of the Indian space program and a former chairman of ISRO, to share his vision for the space for common man.
Good afternoon to all of you. So I have the onerous task of keeping you away from your lunch. Let me see how much I can keep you interested in the story of ISRO and India, how it has developed its program for common man. Probably we are all very much familiar. 1957 was the first time humanity got a new way or a new disruptive technological capability of going beyond planet Earth. India, which was a fledgling democracy just 10 years into independence, struggling to provide food, shelter, education to its citizens, was looking at this particular capability of going beyond planet Earth. There were these persons like Dr. Sarabhai, Homi Bhabha, who were looking at how this technology can be effectively used for India's growth and development. What Dr. Sarabhai did was, he convinced fishermen of Trivandrum, which actually Unikrishnan was referring to in Turles, for conducting experiments of sounding rockets. And for doing that, he had to convince the fishermen to vacate the place and allow the experiments to be conducted. And for that, he had to take the services of the priest of a church there. Many of you would have seen a church being shown in many of the pictures. So as though what the Sarabhai had promised the fishermen, what India was able to do was, from 1999 onwards, by looking at the color of the ocean in many different wavelengths, identify chlorophyll, and through that, where a fisherman can go to catch his fish. Because chlorophyll, through the food chain of the fish, it is possible to tell in the ocean where you can catch the fish. And from 99, this was being provided through a center in Hyderabad, Indian National Center for Ocean Information Systems. And this act alone, we have a 7,500 kilometer long coastline, and many lakhs of fishermen depend on their life for their livelihood on catching the fish. And this act alone saves to the country between 10 to 15,000 crores a year, because fisherman doesn't have to now search where he has to go. He saves on petrol and diesel. And later, when we brought our navigation satellites into operation, today you're all familiar in your mobile, GPS helps you locate yourself or navigate. We have our own navigation satellite system, using which a small battery operated gadget can be fitted in the boat of the fisherman, and that not only tells the fisherman where he is in the ocean, but also a mobile in his hands, which does not have any connectivity to the terrestrial towers, because once you are few kilometers into the ocean, no terrestrial tower can reach your mobile. But this mobile interacts with the battery operated gadget, and we provide the lat long of the prospective fishing zone, and an app in the mobile converts the fisherman's location and the prospective fishing zone, and through a video compass mode, it points to him where he has to go. Not only that, in his mother tongue, it gives him alerts of any weather vagaries that could occur if sea state roughness is beyond bearable conditions, or if very heavy winds are going to occur in future, in couple of days later, it gives him an alert. So now you can see here an example of a person who does not know reading or writing, making use of the most advanced technology of a rocket taking a satellite into space, and through instruments on that, providing his livelihood. And very shortly, he will also have the capability using such gadgets, showcasing what fish he has caught and pass it on to the coast. And then even before he reaches the coast, he can even sell his what he has caught. So this is one very interesting development that happened with respect to the common man. Similarly, Dr. Sarabhai brought up one other very interesting capability. India conducted in 1975 the world's largest socio-technological experiment of providing in 2,400 remote villages of our country, 6 most backward states, and for 1 year, what was done is we borrowed a satellite from America, one of the most advanced technology satellite they were building. Dr. Sarabhai could convince Americans that one of the advanced technology satellite they're building should be loaned to us for 1 year, moved over in the Indian longitude. And today we are all familiar, direct to home television, a small antenna, quarter-meter antenna on our rooftop, a set-top box permits us to see television programs. You can imagine in 1975, when only the 4 metros had the privilege of seeing broadcasting, India demonstrated by making use of the most advanced technology satellite of America and almost this rack height equipment and a 10-foot diameter chicken mesh antenna and a black and white television set of ECIL was used, and direct to community television sets were made operational. And it was shown to the government that if in India you have to bring in rapid communication and broadcasting, satellite are the way, because a satellite at 36,000 kilometers acts like a tower at that height. 1/3 of the globe is visible for line of sight communication. And through this experiment, you can also imagine if the powers that be at that time is told what you are talking can be heard across the country, you don't require too much of convincing of the government that space technology is the way to go for, because the alternate that was available at that time was, we are a 3.25 million square kilometer country. Every kilometer you put a microwave tower and start doing connectivity, you can imagine not only the amount of money that is required, the effort, and for fiber, we are still struggling to make it go across the total country. So then one other very important thing was in terms of weather. Cyclones and super cyclones used to take away tens of thousands of lives. And space technology again is the way by which you can monitor how the clouds are moving, how the temperature and humidity profiles are there. And using that, today you have seen, even when super cyclones hit the coastal region, national disaster relief agencies are able to evacuate people and save lives. What used to be in the earlier decades, tens of thousands of people losing life, today has come down to single digit, and even that when the person is actually refusing to be evacuated, or sometimes they stay away from alertness. And beyond that, space gives us a capability going beyond state boundaries, national boundaries, looking at what is happening on Earth. And today, a huge number of activities on whether it is ecological changes or weather climate changes, a host of them, if they have to be studied, you can put a large number of instruments and look at Earth, what is happening. And India also did what is called, for example, in the initial decades, if you were to drill a borewell in some place, how to drill a borewell where you are assured of getting water. Using space technology, in fact, almost more than 4 lakh borewells were drilled across the country. And similarly, we were also able to provide for remote sensing, for planning in terms of what crops should be sown where, or what is the crop yield this year. And many such information is all possible from space-based technology. And today, as you have seen, India has its own launch vehicle technology, more than 4 versions with its own cryogenic technology, and then a large number of applications which are providing services to the common man, including navigation and also what is happening across the borders, etc. For all this, we have an indigenous capability. And all this has been done with the people who graduated and studied in the country. And if tomorrow the situation has to be different, it is you people who are sitting here who have to make a difference. And what is in store, as already pointed out, while very shortly, maybe in less than a couple of years, we will have Indians going around the planet Earth, and then by 2035 a space station, and 2040 landing on the moon, the opportunities are huge. And as was pointed out, space is also the next frontier, a frontier which humanity is looking at going beyond planet Earth, not only for looking at Earth and provide better living condition and sustainable living, but also looking at the universe and look at how to go beyond, far beyond, using moon and other places as the stopover point. So actually what happened in our country, India is the only nation which started space for non-military purpose. But then as the things unfold, as the country becomes stronger and stronger, today we are the fifth largest economy. Very soon we are expected to be third. And by the time we reach 2047, we are expected to have Vikasit Bharat and then move to a position where others should probably looking at. If all that has to happen, it will happen only when today's youth decide that we are going to make it happen. And India has a small time zone. Today, average age of India is 27 to 28. And what people tell us, by the time you reach 40, that means average age reaches 40, the demographic dividend, what is available to a country, will get probably over. And if by another 13 years, if we have not achieved what we want, we'll be actually ruining. And if that should not happen, it is only possible when all the people work towards making it happen, enabling the next generation to find out what they should be aspiring for and how they should lead the world. And it is here that ISRO has shown, not only by doing focused activity, even under adverse conditions of resources and funds being limited, but then if you have a dedicated, focused approach, you can overcome many failures. And what was shown in Chandrayaan 2 and how it was overcome, and what is being actually celebrated today as a space day, is all an indication of how you can overcome many limitations and achieve success. So let me take this opportunity to compliment those who have organized this program and bringing awareness to the next generation and reminding them that they are the people who are going to take us forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring address. We're truly grateful. As a token of our gratitude for your invaluable insights, we request that our esteemed guests accept a small gesture of appreciation from DG ISPA Lieutenant General A.K. Bhatt. May I please have the token of May I request General Bhatt to kindly felicitate AAS Kiran Kumar. To Dr. Usha Titus. To Professor Ranjan Bose. To Shri Unni Krishnan Nair. to Shri Mahavir Singhvi. And to Dr. Vinod Kumar. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much. May I request the gentleman for a group photograph, please? Thank you very much to our esteemed panelists for sharing your profound wisdom with us. It has been an honor to have you amongst us. Ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed for the lunch break. Let us rejuvenate ourselves for the exciting sessions ahead with a delightful lunch. Our next session is flashed on the screen. It's the space, the sunrise sector. We will be hearing motivational talk from to embark on a journey into India's thriving space startup ecosystem. Innovation is the cornerstone of entrepreneurial success. When you pursue your passion, you reach for the stars. On that note, may I introduce you all to the next session lined up. It's the motivational talk by founders. Space, the sunrise sector. The session commences with deep dive into India's burgeoning space startup ecosystem. Dr. Vinod Kumar, Director Promotion in Space, will moderate the panel discussion featuring the pioneers of this dynamic space industry. Please join me in welcoming our panel moderator, Dr. Vinod, on stage, please, and our speakers for the session, Ms. Nishtha Kapoor, Regional Director, AME Eutelsat OneWeb, Regional Director, works across Africa, Middle East, and Southeast Asia. Nishtha is at the forefront of bridging and the digital divide using innovative satellite technology. Mr. Tanveer Ahmad, co-founder and CTO of Digantara, CTO and co-founder of Digantara, where he leads the design and development of core space situational awareness capabilities. Previously, he developed payloads for this university satellite team and ran a satellite club in Bengaluru. Mr. Swash Singh, founder and CEO Galaxeye. He previously founded Team Avishkar Hyperloop at IIT Madras, which became the only Asian team to qualify for the SpaceX Hyperloop pod contest, securing 10th place. Mr. Moin, SPM, co-founder and CEO of Agnikul. He holds a bachelor's in aeronautics from Anna University, Chennai, and an MBA from University of Newcastle, Australia. Before joining Agnikul, Moin led a contract manufacturing firm in consumer packaged goods sector. Dr. Manan Suri, founder, Siren AI, assistant professor, IIT Delhi. His research advances semiconductor non-volatile memory technology for neuromorphic computing, AI security, and sensing. Please welcome on stage Mr. Krishanu Acharya, CEO Suhora Technologies, pioneer leader in space analytics, combining satellite imagery with AI and big data for sustainable solutions. Over 5 years of experience as CEO, developing innovative products like SPADE, MERCA, and SID for various sectors, including defense and disaster management. Mr. Chris Nair shall be joining us online. May I now request Mr. Vinod to kindly take over the session. Hello. Yeah.
Yeah, very good afternoon all. And post-lunch session, but it's very interesting session, I will tell you. The title goes by Motivational Talk by Founders, My Journey in Space. So we will listen to them, how they have come, what all hurdles they have faced, and how they are feeling now. So it's a very interesting talk. I think most of the people doesn't have presentation, only except madam. So yeah. You also have. We'll keep you last then. Okay. So let's start with the Nari Shakti, rather we'll say. So Miss Nishita Kapoor, without wasting any time, so she is regional director at AMEA Eutelsat OneWeb. So I think you all know what OneWeb is doing. Is kind of making the internet from low Earth orbit satellites. So let's listen to him. What all challenges? She's a entrepreneur also, and she's a Nari also, woman power. So it's a double thing. We listen to him first. Right. Over to you.
Thank you, Vinodji, and thank you everyone. Thank you ISpA for having me here. It's indeed a pleasure to be a part of a mix of young minds because they are going to lead us one day. And as Vinodji was saying that, yes, Nari Shakti, and it's a double honor to be a speaker. So if you're okay, I'll go there and present. Yeah, thank you.
So space has always fascinated humanity. It's the final frontier indeed, the great unknown that has inspired countless stories, dreams, and innovations. Few were already mentioned by A.S. Sir. But today, space is not just about exploration, it is about connection, it is about communication, it is about connectivity. It is about building a future where communication knows no bounds, where information flows freely across the globe, no matter where you are. The space industry, we have heard from multiple speakers since morning, is going to be some trillions and trillions of dollars by 2035. And all these, what will make this industry grow so fast? If you see that this expansion of satellite technology, and one of that technology is what I am a part of and proudly a part of. So all these expansion of satellite technology or space tourism, where our own country, our own ISRO is working, new application where you will hear from my co-panelists how they are bringing a difference. And of course, if we have to make all of this possible, the investment needs to grow. And investment is not only from the government or the big organizations or a big business houses across the world, but from each of us, actually investment of a different order. And of course, a global collaboration, because it is all about space. So now let me tell you something about my company, which I work for, and why I say I'm a proud, though I'm a panelist in a entrepreneurs panel, but I do represent a startup, which is one of the biggest startup in the world currently. We are the only company which is a GEO and a LEO operator in the world. I represent Eutelsat Group, which is a France and the London-based organization, and we are also in India and known as OneWeb India Technologies. I work for this company for now last 3.5 years. So what do we do basically? Very simple. We are just bringing the high speed, low latency connectivity through low Earth orbit satellite. So what is this new technology is about? For all the students who are sitting right there, it's an advanced version, if I would say, is for a next set of LEO the satellites, which is right at 1200 kilometers from the Earth instead of 36,000 kilometers. And by the law of physics, of course, the closer you are from Earth, you will have a better speed and a low latency. And just because of having a low latency as a biggest feature, you open a plethora of application and you indeed change the entire world. And why we change the entire world? Because we are bringing you connectivity across, whether it is sea, whether it is air, or whether it is on Earth. And that's what we do. And that's how we are, transforming the world in numerous ways. But my journey didn't start like that. And here may be a part of interest to you. My journey, of course, started with a mobile technology, a terrestrial technology, a girl born and brought up in a small town of Uttar Pradesh. And last year, when I was sitting in the game drive, some number of miles inside Johannesburg forest, and conducting similar kind of presentations to 100 men. I was the only women participant there in South Africa, in Johannesburg, and proudly presenting my organization in India, because after that presentation, everybody came and asked me, "Oh, wow, you are an Indian." I said, "Yes, I am an Indian." And I was right there. Thank you. So, yes, it is not easy, but it is not tough. Born and brought up, like I said, in a very small, modest family, and then going out and doing engineering or a management, and then talking about LEO satellite. Yes, our country has come a long way. We have come a long way, but miles and miles to go if we want to really be known as a space leader of the world. So that's what my journey was, and I would really urge all the young minds sitting out there, if you have a curious mind, if you want to be a part of an innovative journey,
if you want to be a part of an industry which is going to be the industry for the next decade at least, then please join us, join this industry. This will giving you a different kind of a satisfaction, and I'm sure the growth what you are looking for your career. So a small video I would present to you how this particular technology can change the world, how this is bringing the lives of human or changing the lives of humanity, and how much opportunities this industry can bring you at your doorstep. I think there's no volume, but yeah.
Time is also up. Thank you. Thank you, madam, for your journey. But we'll expect more maybe after this thing because time is limited. Just that 7 minutes is given to each of the panelists. So very interesting. Now we have very interesting founder of the company Pixel, Awais Ahmed. So you want to use here?
So I think I have to reintroduce myself. This is Tanveer from Digantara. Awais was not able to join us today, I guess. So that's okay. So as a company, what we do is we build satellites that have the capability of tracking other satellites. And many of you must have used Google Maps to reach here today. Anything that Maps does on space, analogous activities, we are doing it. And anything Maps does on Earth, analogous activities is something that we are doing in space. Let me explain you how we started. I got to know it was primarily students from engineering or technical backgrounds who are here. Go back to the first day in college. Did you see that one guy or one girl and a thought crossed your mind that you are not going to vibe with that person? Did that happen to you guys? First person that you are just not comfortable with to talk to. Did that happen with anyone? It did with me when I was in my +1. And guess what? He is my co-founder today. So when we met, Anirudh, my co-founder, and I, we met and had some very uncomfortable discussions. We were just not vibing with each other. But overall, the next 2 years, that relationship transformed in a way where the person who owed me the most money was Anirudh, and I owed any money to someone in the world was, Anirudh. So and after that, we parted ways. I wanted to be a fighter pilot in Air Force, but when I interviewed with them, they said, "Nah, you can't fly." So at the same time, I think Dr. Kiran Kumar is here. So actually, so you presented an award to my father in railways once. That was way back, much before that, and that was the first time where I heard one of the OG space scientists talking about ISRO and having a first-hand interaction about the space landscape in India. After the rejection from Air Force, I started with my aerospace engineering, and there I found a very cool club called Antariksh. This was a very special place for me because there a bunch of students under the guidance of ISRO were building satellites, student satellites, and by the end of my engineering course, I was leading a team of more than 100 people. And during the same time, one of my senior was interviewed by Pixel. They wanted to hire him. That was the first time I came across a space startup. So if you have ever spoken to a Bangalore Muslim, this is how he would talk to. नहीं भाई, Pixel का तो कंपनी है, उन्होंने अनंत का तो एक बिट्स में टीम बना रखा था, सीधा Pixel का तो कंपनी स्टार्ट कर डाले. So this was how I got introduced to the word called space startup. Before that, I didn't know what a space startup is. So that's when it hit me. So that is something that even I could do. And space as an ecosystem is very small, very warm. So once you get into it, you have access to a lot of conferences. One of the pioneers, you can just walk up to him and talk to him today. So I got many such opportunities and learned from the people on ground in space that what are real problems that the space industry is facing. The then chairman, Dr. Sivan, spent 60% of his stage time in an international conference talking only about space debris. And when I came back, Anirudh called me, the same person who I didn't like. He said, "Come to my home. I have something that we can work on." So I went to him. I went to his home. So he said, "Let's build a LiDAR, a space LiDAR that can track space objects." So we discussed and concluded it's not going to work. So, but that sort of a conversation is where Digantara was founded. We again came back a year later, worked on that idea, got the patent on the LiDAR. As students, we had a patent granted to a university, and we had also negotiated a deal with a university that we just pay the patent application fee to you, and you let go of the patent right, and it becomes ours. And using that patent as a source of credibility, because we were not from, all the founders were not from the Taiwan colleges of IIMs or IITs. So the patent really helped us. From there, we got incubated at IISc and also graduated from business schools. All three founders are from business background. Sorry, all three founders are from engineering background, and one founder did business course, and I ensured we get incubated at IISc. Why IISc? There is a company called Bellatrix. They're one of the first space startups. We met them, and what we know is they're one of the best over there, and they're incubated in IISc. Because they are there, even I have to go there. That's it. And when IISc gave us our incubation agreement, we had not told them that we were students. So we got incubated as students. So when we were, because they never asked, I mean, we didn't lie. We were very honest. It's just that that question was not asked to us. So when we were signing, that's when the head of incubation asked, "What do you guys do right now?" We said we are students. So he was like, "We don't give this to students." So then we were like, okay, almost 6 months of evaluation from IISc, it's going to go to waste. But the incubation team said, "No, we guys believe in you. We didn't know that you were students, and we selected you to be a part of IISc, and will not go back on that decision." And that is where Digantara as a full-time company started in IISc. And after that, we raised 1 crore in grants. Then a year later, another 18 crores from a leading venture capital, and more funding just very recently. Launched 2 missions and getting up for the next satellite at the end of this year. So there are just 2 things that I want you guys to know. Entrepreneurship is culmination of lot of coincidences. So the very major points that I went, all of these are coincidences. In case any of these things wouldn't have happened, Digantara wouldn't be here today, and I wouldn't be talking to you. Second, the person who you didn't like at the first sight in your college might be your best contender to become co-founder. So be in good touch with them. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Tanvi. Actually, I have one question. See, basically, when I visited your lab, so you have one small satellite with water jet propulsion system. How you conceive that? You share with the youngsters such kind of innovative technologies which you are doing in your startup. I would like to.
So overall, for us, it was very clear. So even on the concept of LiDAR that came out, the objective for us to, or rather the problem that we are trying to solve is right now the infrastructure to track space objects, to track satellites and space debris is woefully inadequate. And we just wanted to solve for that problem. And any challenge that came across in our life while we were solving this, we went on to work towards that. As a company, for us, we want to track space objects and create applications and a stack over it. But the data was not available. So that's when we started again going back to the LiDAR and quickly realized that there's no one sensor that can solve all the data problem in satellite tracking. we have to work with diverse set of satellites, diverse set of ground sensors. So that's where we are, I think, the first company to be installing ground-based telescopes in India dedicated for space surveillance, and also one of the first companies in the world trying to launch a satellite that can track space objects. And being a company focused on the tenets of space sustainability, we had to ensure that we deorbit our satellite after the end of the life. And you require a bit of, slightly going a bit technical, around 0.2 to 0.3 delta V kilometer per second. So that is where we found that to be the best, and that was the choice behind the propulsion system.
Thank you, Tanvir, for that. Big clapping here. So they're doing that really innovative way of solving the problems. And you should learn more about space situational awareness and space transportation management, including relative navigation and all that's what all terminology he has used. Now, before we should move further, is Mr. Suyas, he's founder Galaxeye. So they're also doing very good work in remote sensing and all that. Over to you.
Hello. Hello. Yeah. So first of all, thank you so much for the opportunity. Let me quickly do a sleep check. How many of us are awake? Awesome. So few questions coming your way. How many of us really like rockets? Satellites? Hyperloop? Interesting. No, great. We'll go in the reverse order in the presentation. So I think, starting my journey, I'm a graduate of IIT Madras. Started my journey with this place. This is called SpaceX. We were participating in this competition called Hyperloop Pod Competition. And there was a team at IIT Madras that I and some of my co-founders founded. And we happened to be the only Asian team to build Hyperloop as a system and go to SpaceX. And, we're the only flag from Asia to be there. I think this particular event, really helped us to push the boundaries of engineering to wherever physics would allow us to go. And Hyperloop was one project or deep tech project that me and my team at Galaxeye, realized, which helped us to take up few more ambitious projects. Believe me, it's so fun to be sitting there and listening to stories. During our student days, we used to do the same thing. But it's also fun to build such really deep tech and ambitious projects at the end of the day. Post Hyperloop, of course, we have received massive support from different ministries, Minister of Railways himself, coming down and celebrating with us, building this entire pod there. And it has just changed in the last 6 to 7 years. We've seen much more support coming towards us if you are willing to take few of the steps. After Hyperloop, we thought, what next? And that is where few of us, 5 of us, actually started to think more and what could be done in the other regions of the domains of engineering. And that is where we got excited by space, right? And in space, the most exciting, as all the hands raised, is the rockets. And our first idea was to put a rocket or launch satellites using a Hyperloop system. So Hyperloop transports vehicle from one point to another in a vacuum tube. We just thought we'll incline that and shoot satellites to space. That was our first idea. Thankfully we didn't pursue it. but it's not very easy to do that. But then five of us thought, let's move ahead and start to look at other problems, and we really found one massive problem in the Earth observation space. Now, Earth observation in the most simplest language is, taking images from space, slightly more than the images that you really see from your camera phones, but it gives you the sense of what's happening on the ground. And while going through that problem, we found that there's some gaps in the sensors or the satellites which are there in the orbits today. A camera mounted or a multispectral sensor mounted satellite will see clouds more often than not, and hence it has restricted availability during the monsoons or nighttime as well. Then there is other kind of satellites, like radars can see through clouds. Radar satellites can also see through clouds and do imaging. Great, because it is available all the time, but not as intuitive because it's like an X-ray, very difficult to understand unless you have the right sense of how to decode or how to really decrypt SAR in a way. Hence, we thought of a solution to see through clouds and to do nighttime imaging as well by putting together world's first miniaturized SAR plus EO sensor as a single payload on one satellite. Right. So, our approach is actually across orbits, across altitudes. We started with drones. We built a payload for an aircraft. Then we built something for HAPS, which is high altitude pseudo satellites. And now we're going to space. So we're taking a step-by-step approach. As from a small startup, you will get minimum resources to start off with. So you need to prove your merit one at a time and move ahead. This is one of our captures. Believe it, it's not a camera. It's not a grayscale camera. It's actually a radar. It's a 15 centimeter synthetic aperture radar imagery taken from a radar sensor. I'll just skip through. Yeah, and this is one of the cool things. This is a HAPS platform. It's a very large wing aircraft that flies at 18 kilometers height. And you have a SAR payload that we have mounted here just like that. This is how a satellite is going to look like. And here are some of the pictures of the team. In a nutshell, I would say it's a humbling story to really build deep tech projects. And this is the journey that I wanted to take, our team wanted to take, and I'm sure you all would want to take in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Suyash. So from Hyperloop to Earth observation, nice journey. Thank you for sharing it. So see, an entrepreneur starts his journey, maybe he will think one idea and do the further study. So ultimate aim is to find a problem and find the solution for it. Very good. Thank you for that. So our next speaker is Moin from Agnikul. So all that recently they have a launch. How many of you know that they have launched one rocket? Yeah, good. Okay, Moin, you tell with yours. Words. Okay. Stop.
Good afternoon, everyone. You can see a lot of people are trying to be awake. So I'll start on with a video. So I'm from this company called Agnikul, where we build rockets. We go with the tagline of launching anywhere, anytime, and affordably. Please just see this video if you can.
confirmed. Plus 10 seconds. P3 track. Plus 15 seconds. P4 tracking. R2 tracking. Plus 20 seconds. Plus 25 seconds. Plus 30 seconds. Tour maneuver happened. Wind biasing is completed. Plus 1 minute.
So I think I'm just going to summarize a couple of things from this launch. Right? You might have seen the age group of the people there. So the average age group in Agnikul is 24. So it's a bunch of young people trying to build a rocket, trying to incorporate new technologies and do it. And we had this flight for around 65 seconds. To do that 65 seconds, we took 7 years. I'm going to tell a few things because there are a lot of students here and I see a lot of people who could also become a part of the space industry. So I would say 4 things that we've learned. One is the passion. With respect to passion, I'll tell you, if you want to follow something, you need to make sure it happens. Correct? That's what the passion is about. You need to be completely engulfed in that activity, or else you won't be able to do it. The second part is gratification. One of the things that we notice today is like in current generation and in today's world is like whatever you wish, it's possible in 10 minutes. A delivery happens in 10 minutes. Anything that you want is achievable in like half an hour, 1 day, 2 days. This is the gratification levels that we see in a lot of youngsters today. I think to be in the space industry, you need to build this level of resilience that you will only get gratification once, maybe in 7 years. That's the first starting point. At least that's what we experienced. And I see for the other space companies as well, especially in the rocket building, that it takes bare minimum 10 years to see a success. And it just doesn't happen easily, right? You also go through a lot of failures. And how we see failures today is like, I think at least in the Western world, we see fly fast, fail fast. In India, everything has to be pitch perfect. In search of perfection, we also learn how to be successful, but it is also important to embrace failure. And that's how you generate resilience. For example, building a rocket is about integrating multiple streams of engineering, which means every stream of engineering has to do its job perfectly. I'll also give you this analogy, right? It's like a mini university where you have like, from double doctorates to diploma holders, you have from a chemical engineer to an IT engineer, everybody working in the same product. And you might have in your team, right, the world's best aerodynamics engineer, world's best propulsion engineer. But if you're not able to tighten a nut properly, you're going to see a spectacular failure. So there are certain barriers that we need to understand in this industry itself, and one of the things is this part where you also need to learn to integrate with people. Integration is one of the most difficult things that we've understood so far, because there's something called as these industries have a little bit of flair. They have a kind of intellectual attraction towards it. In search of intellectual attraction, we often forget to integrate with other streams of engineering. Rocket demands a lot of these things. It's not like, I demand it or like other founders are going to demand it. Anything that is built in space demands these kind of things. So would want you to be prepared for what is down your way if you're looking at the space industry. These are some of the learnings that we've had. To say about our journey, I would just highlight a couple of things. When we started in 2017, like I think there was one other company, I think Bellatrix, they had plans of building a rocket, but I don't think they pursued it. So when we officially started, we were the first company to do it. And in my journey, the first pitch that I made was to a rocket scientist. I'm not a rocket scientist. I'll hands down tell you that. No, it was to Mr. R.V. Perumal. So he's the father of GSLV program. I remember my legs were actually trembling because it is very rare to go and stand in front of a rocket scientist, because we've seen them only with so much respect, with so much people of so much caliber, right? And when you stand in front of them and you want to say that you want to build a rocket, it's a different feeling altogether. But the encouragement that we receive from every individual that we have spoken after, every ISRO person that we've met, every person who has actually pushed us to do this, I think I am standing here for all of those pushes that we've gotten. It would not have been without them. And at the same time, one of the things that we've learned is like to do it our way, right? It's easier to replicate or reverse engineer things, which I think there are a lot of avenues to do it, but doing something from the scratch, that's where your passion comes in. That's where your gratification levels grow up. That's where your resilience level increases. And that's when you start thinking about integrating everything together. So I would leave that on that note to all of you here, especially the students, because like space industry is growing. There's a lot of areas that it's so huge to explore, and everybody can play a role down there. You don't need to be only a space engineer to be a part of space. You can be good at anything and be a part of space. That's the only thought that I will leave it to you with. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Moin. And I think he has not told this is the world's first 3D printed rocket. You should tell that. Is the world's first 3D printed rocket, okay. And that's the very important takeaway from this.
I wanted the students to be inspired as well. Can I have that slide? So in the launch, we achieved a couple of things. So I'll just walk you through it. So we used 3D printing to a lot of our knowledge, where we've actually developed a single piece 3D printed rocket engine. Other companies definitely use 3D printing, but in terms of parts. But here we've incorporated the technology to the maximum usage, where we print the entire rocket engine in 3 days. So that is something that we've done. In India, we've flown with a semi-cryogenic fuel. We built our own launch pad. That's where the launch happened. You saw the video, people jumping in joy. It was all from Sriharikota. And we also went a little bit different on the avionics side as well as on the OS side. We've chosen Linux as well as we went with Ethernet based architecture. And these are the things that we wanted to actually incorporate as we build the product, because we wanted to complement ISRO as well as at the same time build the technologies for the future. Thank you again.
Good. Thank you. So your team has really shown the resilience. I know that for 1 year we have been reviewing and doing this thing. Thank you for that. Okay, next our speaker is who will share his journey in space is Professor Manan Suri. Yes, Mr. Manan. And he's from Shrine AI, right? Floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you, ISPA. Thank you, AICTE. And thanks for everyone to bear with us post-lunch. Being a professor, I'm trained to torture students with slides. So I'll take attendance and a quiz at the end of this lecture. Okay, so please hear attentively. So we have these slides. Yeah. While we get these slides loaded, I'll just like to share one aspect on space. What is so fascinating about space is that no matter what sector, what field you are from, whether it is mechanical, civil, IT, any sector you take, space brings out the excellence of that sector from that the difficulty level becomes 10x in your native sector if you start applying it in space, and then that's what really makes it so interesting. So My journey has been, mostly revolving around technology. My tech journey started somewhere around 2007, 2008. I was always fascinated by physics and electronics. One of the first technical projects that I worked on was for the particle accelerator. I was designing sensors for particle accelerator, which the difficulty of the problem statements that I dealt with, they always kept me taking to space. So these problem statement of particle accelerator had nothing to do with space, but the requirement of radiation tolerance, having electronics which could tolerate radiations, indirectly took me to space sector. Then I started working on semiconductor electronics for transparent sensors for solar cells, which were mounted on CubeSats, and that's something that again took me to space. And then I worked in France for design of AI systems. This is back in 2010 when AI had not even become as big it is. And the one of the themes over there was, can we design intelligence which is sustainable? So the problem that we were trying to solve is we were trying to address intelligence with sustainability. And that's where we started looking at inspiration from nature or biology, what we call as bio-inspired computing, natural computing, or neuromorphic computing. And that again goes back to space, because when you work in the space sector, you don't have lavish resources. You have to make ways with minimal amount of power or energy. So again, doing processing is one thing, but doing it in an energy efficient way is more challenging, and that links you back to space. So on the entrepreneurial side, our journey again has been driven by trying to solve problems. We are always driven by problems that we come across. One of the first problem statements, 2016 or 17, we were just attending a meeting. There was a casual chat, and the Atal Innovation Mission Director, he mentioned that AI ML is an upcoming thing. Can you make, we don't have any toys or gamified ways to teach people from the non-formal sector concepts of AI. So that gap or that problem just stuck, and we went back and asked ourselves, can we come up with a solution? And we applied our expertise of edge AI or extremely low power AI, and we came up with something known as Buddhi Kits. That's build, understand, design, develop human-like intelligence. Though it's extremely dumb, but that's just a catchphrase. But it's a gamified version to teach AI, and this became one of the world's first DIY AI kits. It was widely appreciated by the government. It was deployed in several schools and so on. Then the next problem statement that we came across was healthcare. Again, the question thrown was, if you go to tier 2 or tier 3 cities, there is a resource crunch of trained pathologists. Can you do something about it? So we built some solutions where you can process the data collected in path labs on the edge, and that could figure out some basic pathology diseases or conditions. And like that, in 2020 or 21, the Ministry of Defense released a challenge for AI in space or AI-based processing of space data. So this was when the defense space challenges were not even formalized. This was one of the first AI challenges for space, and we got selected in it. And we were able to design a solution which met the requirements of the users. It became one of the country's first AI solutions to clear the user field trials and get actually deployed and operationalized with the Indian government and the users. So it was through thanks to the IDEX system. And from there on, we have been delivering. I'm very happy to say that it also became one of the first academic solution to enter the positive indigenization list, the 5th positive indigenization list. And that was a remarkable feat for any academic institute. So because we are in AICTE premise and there are students and faculty here, I'd like to touch upon some points that I feel are essential, are central if any one of you are thinking of going the innovation route or the entrepreneurship in deep tech. These are the things that are key. You need to plan, you need to communicate, conceptualize. There has to be a lot of validation, reiterations. There has to be a vision. And obviously teamwork, most of the speakers, previous speakers, they also touched upon these points. And again, you have to raise funds. So faculty inherently make up for these requirements, because when they are doing projects or research, maybe not for the entrepreneurial part, but for the academic part, they're always trying to wear all these hats. So these are the essential elements that would help you on the entrepreneurial part as well. But what's missing there is the marketing or understanding the market, because when we enter from the academic side to building entrepreneurial solutions, we are technology driven. But our learning in the last 8 or 9 years is that you cannot ignore the user driven side or the customer side, and that is the unlearning or relearning that we had to do, or we are still doing. We are still trying to keep up with it. And I'll just conclude with some key learnings so far in my journey. You absolutely have to make a start. There will never be that one fine ideal day or moment when a situation or one fine situation where you have covered something, you have read about something, and now you're satisfied. No matter at what level you are, you have to plunge, you have to take the plunge, and then you have to try to find out your way to swim across. You just cannot wait for that ideal moment. If you are in tech, you must always think about the barriers to entry that you're creating, which means the IP or what are your restrictions. In this journey, you have to be extremely frugal, because tech is very competitive. It has a very fast roadmap, so you have to make your plans which are frugal. And your customers or your users are your best teachers, and also they're the most satisfying. If the technology that you work with, if someone uses it, that's the most satisfactory feeling. And the most important ingredient on which I'd like to end is perseverance. It's a daily up and down. And in that sense, what helps, the training from academia, what helps is if something fails in research, for us, even that is a result, because we know that it's a way how something should not be done, or we analyze it. So you should approach technology or entrepreneurship with the same frame of mind, that it's not a failure. It's just figuring out a way that what you need to change. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for your journey and sharing with the youngsters. Perseverance is very important for entrepreneurs. Yeah, thank you. So our next speaker is Mr. Krishnan Acharya, Suhora Technologies. Yeah, Mr. Krishna.
Good afternoon, everyone. Right, so I'm Krishanu Acharya. I'm co-founder and CEO at the company called Suhora Technologies. We've been talking about upstream, the rocket, satellites, and the capabilities of rocket, satellites. I really wanted to focus on what a satellite can do for the human being, for us, right? And that's where it becomes monitor what matters. So if you can monitor what matters to you, be it your national security, be it your healthcare, be it your natural resource monitoring, and if you can monitor, then you can measure and you can take actionable items. And that's what we do as a company. So I'll focus quickly about what we do, and I'll also focus how and what we can do in terms of bringing this space analytics for larger use for the humankind as well. Please next. Can you go next? Yeah. So quickly on what you do, right? We are a space analytics company, product company. We are working on three different core focus areas. One is bringing seamlessness to the data delivery. Satellite data is required by anyone and everyone you can think of. Today, this morning, we said about navigations to the understanding the weather. These are all satellite data, right? So streamlining satellite data, that's our first solutions. Second, of course, we do analytics, bring satellite data, multitude of satellite data together for different area of applications. But what we predominantly focus towards two, one is defense, national security, second is disaster. So we have three products, as I said. First is Spade, and that's about bringing, array of satellite data, be it your, Suez talks about the synthetic aperture radar, optical. So there's some other types of satellite data as well. Some of them even electronics intelligence, data. So we, through SPADE, anyone can and everyone access all these satellite data in near real-time manner. Second, our platform called Mirka. That's our, land and maritime monitoring platform. So that's, as you can see, that's focused towards defense applications. And third is SEED. That's our disaster monitoring and managing applications. So right now, while we speak, the amount of satellites available revolving Earth and capturing, the Earth, it's plethora, right? You can already see that, and you can actually, monitor any points you want to focus in a near real-time manner, day and night. Of course, we have synthetic aperture radars, we have some other thermal imaging capabilities that gives an eye to, your areas of concern anytime you want to, monitor. And right now, or even you point out any part of the world, put your fingers to any point locations, I can cover at least 10 times a day. That gives you capability to see unprecedentedly that what you can use for an application that I wanted to touch base in next slides. Like Manan, what he does, we also do use a lot of AI in our applications, extraction of the informations, classification, detections. I'm not going into that, but object detection, classification are very core part of our what we do. And as I was sharing, if you can see, we can measure, right? So we have to really see your problems, be it your flood. This morning it was raining heavily, so you want to monitor how much the water on your particular road leading to AICTE auditorium. You can see that, you can measure it, and if you can measure it, you can take actions. So there are three different types of sensors. First is multispectral. Second is synthetic aperture radar that can give an eye any situations, day, night, any weather. Third is thermal. It not only gives you the quantification, not only the signatures, but also the quantification of the human activities. So now, if you can get these kind of data every multiple times a day, say 10 times a day, you can get this. You can do these kind of stuffs. This is this is a landslide and it's a glove outburst in Sikkim last year, and you could collect certain synthetic aperture radar data and also optimize with certain infrastructure informations, extracting flood layers, understanding what is happening on the ground, including the devastations it has occurred, and that you can do multiple times a day. As I'm iterating again and again, you can do this whenever you need. So that means whenever you need to take an actions, you really have an information what can lead you to take the right actions. So this few months back, this is over Kerala. This image looks little dark, but the amount of damage in one Kerala has happened. That's you can clearly visible here in the landslide assessment. We have area of assessment as well, just to give you the glimpse of what happened there. And this also, again, as you can see, these kind of informations where we can not only see through the cloud, also extract informations, the damages in few hours time whenever there's a event. And this gives you the debris flow and how much buildings and got affected. So this is what we are doing. Of course, not going in details about national security and all. Of course, that requires a different platform to discuss. But this is the 17 SDGs, sustainable development goals. As you can see, many of them, I think almost every of them had something to do with space. So why we speak about space and space technology now? So you actually can use space to cater to these kind of development goals, be it your clean water to food security to you can see those, right? And space analytics, referring to what Kiran Kumar sir said, we've been using remote sensing for decades, right? And these are the areas where, starting from weather to disaster, been using for for managing, monitoring, managing, and utilizing space tools, technologies for these kind of management. But if you focus, the new area of sensors, thermal, SAR, near real-time SAR, GHG sensors. If you can combine these, you can actually go beyond what we have achieved till today. These are actually a task to the students who is sitting there. These are the new types of problems that can be solved with new types of space 2.0 we call, that can solve multitude of problems which revolves around you, that requires a different approach, outside the box approach. Data is there, the information is available, the capability of extraction information is available. You just have to see innovatively across you what is the problem that you want to solve. And that's what I wanted to say. And again, we have only one blue marble with us, and this responsibility to take care of it is on our hands. So with that, I'll like to say
Thank
thank you.
you. Yeah, thank you, Krishna. So, see, they have shared the insight and what all their companies doing, how they have grown. So, how many of you want to become entrepreneur? Anything? Yeah, some hands are coming, but very few. So you should keep attending such kind of motivational talks. And I think with this, we have completed our panel well in time. Thank you very much for your patience sharing. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. That was indeed a fantastic session. To express our gratitude for the invaluable insights, may I please request Mr. Kumar to kindly felicitate our speakers. To Professor Manan Suri, founder, Siren AI. And to Mr. Krishanu Acharya, Suhora Technologies. May I please request you all for a group photograph, please? Thank you very much for that expert talk. It has been a privilege to have you among us. Thank you very much. As we lead to the final session of the day, it's the career in space. The allure of space beckons those with the thirst of knowledge and adventure. Let's explore the exciting world of space careers. To kickstart this particular session, we have the honor Dr. Sudhir Kumar, former director ISRO, joining us via WebEx to address the gathering with the address on space as a career.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can somebody confirm whether my voice is okay?
transfer, indigenization, and IPR management, played a crucial role in ISRO's outreach activities in human resource development. May I please
Thank you.
have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you confirm my voice is okay? You are muted from that side. Can anyone confirm to me whether my voice is okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, you're audible to the audience.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so delighted to be part of this National Day Space celebration, which is being conducted at AICTE campus. First, let me extend my gratitude to ISPA for inviting me to deliver whatever I wish to speak out to the students. With the august audience where Kiran sir and other people, senior people are there, I would have been there because of the last moment hiccup. I could not be there physically. For that, I seek apologies. Let me start the presentation with a couple of slides. Hope the slides are visible. ISRO has been a very forerunner in the space technology for building infrastructure, technologies, and launching and achieving so many laurels for the country as well as to the world. But one part of the story is the human capacity building and human career and human power. That always, because the ISRO being in the very premier role, we always take it as a secondary, what you call, not importance, I should say, secondary thing, because the infrastructure has been considered as a very most critical thing and human manpower is available, abundant. But the thing is, as we are progressing towards new technologies and era, obviously the human capacity role is also becoming very, very critical to get the correct people for the correct job and motivated people right from the beginning. Of course, why the space technology has gained so much importance? Because of the glory of the successes, consequent successes what ISRO has done in the past, and popularizing the space as a very important domain in the socio-economic growth of the country. Then reforms have taken place which has opened the non-governmental entities, where earlier ISRO was only the agency which is contributing in a big way to the space domain. Now each and every industry, non-governmental, academia, startups, including the students, are becoming part of the space domain, growth of the space domain. And promotion regulatory mechanism. Earlier, we used to have who will do, how the permissions will be sought. Now there is a beautiful regulatory mechanism through InSpace, which will authorize, promote, and regulate the space domain. Another very important thing in 2016, what had happened was our Honorable Prime Minister, when he took the national meet, all the 60 or 60 plus departments were taken onto a common platform to discuss upon how the space technology can be leveraged for the economic growth of the different domains. So this has paved a big way for the geospatial revolution, I should say, in the country to make use of the space technology for the economic growth of the country. Of course, for all these things, the human capacity building is a very important dimension. And how actually the human capacity building can be done? It is, of course, through ISRO's recruitment policies and ISRO's, let us say, future programs, roadmaps, and how the ISRO is expected to create the new technologies to leverage the human capital, which is available in academia or otherwise also with these different institutes. And industry now is no longer a supplier. Industry is a partner, co-traveling in the space domain for developing the technologies, building the technologies, and realizing the dreams of the space enthusiasts. The startups, no word to say. The way the startups are growing in the space sector with a huge fire in the belly and aspirations is amazing for contribution of the space technology. And research associates are playing a very big role in bringing the different niche technologies through academia and through different programs are there, which I will dwell some part of the time in the latter part of the presentation. Internships and apprenticeships have now started in a structured way within ISRO, so that the equal opportunity will be given to all the students who are eligible, who are aspiring for starting their own careers and becoming startups. Programs like PI, which has been recently announced by InSpace, it is creating a platform for the enthusiastic students or outgoing students to become self-entrepreneurs. If you see the recruitment policy of the ISRO, the scientific staff and administrative staff are recruited by the ISRO. There is an ICRP, which is a mechanism. On India level examination will be there, which will mostly for the engineers who can take part in the ISRO's recruitment drive. And IIST is a captive institute under this Department of Space, which will feed different category of people. There's a campus selection, but not in a very widespread way, but a limited way where ICRB cannot be done. And there is a direct selection through advertisements, basically for the lower supervisory and technician level people, which will have several questions, several entry regulations. And there is a live register for the PhD candidates, those who can apply and seek their employment based on the selection procedure. And ISRO Academia plays a very big role in building these careers in the initial stages of careers. ISRO has got a plethora of, let us say, the schemes like regional academia centers of space, STCs, STIC, space incubation centers, different center of excellences, through which the people at MTech level or PhD level, they can seek the appointment, they seek the interventions and go as a part of the research scholar, JRF, SRF, etc. And ultimately be part of the research program. Eventually, these are all the people who has got lots of experience, maybe 3 to 4 years, they would have experience with the different aspects of the space technologies. They are the potential people who can take the space domain further. And this is the map of different institutes ISRO has got across the country at various NITs, IITs, where these interventions are possible. I request those who have passed out, completed the post-graduation, they look into these opportunities and get themselves enrolled into the respective program so that they will get an opportunity as a research scholar. In addition to that, ISRO has got also programs for motivating the careers, for building the careers. Yuvika is the program where the ISRO conducts a nationwide, let us say, a program which for the 10th class students who are just entering into the 10th class, for motivating them to pursue careers in the space. Hackathons and domain-focused problem solving. This particular hackathon last year, when we held first hackathon independently by ISRO at IISF, it has opened our eyes how actually these hackathons will pave a way for students to enter into to pursue the careers in space. Incidentally, we thought that hardware alone is the platform for encouraging the students. Of course, 70 to 80% of the students who have come and participated in the finale of this hackathon, especially conducted by ISF Delhi, was from a computer science. Amazing experience was there, who were for developing the voice recognition systems, AR, VR, such kind of new technologies they have implemented, how actually the space domain can be catered to. The challenges, NASA apps challenges, CAMSAT challenge, model rocket challenge, AM and ISRO, these kind of challenges every year they will appear in the websites of respective portals, where the students can participate and build their own career, start developing their own interest in this space. Pre-incubation encouragement program, which is launched just now, space is a very beautiful program where the people, the students who are enthusiastic for pursuing the career towards their self-entrepreneurship. Is a beautiful program being launched by InSpace. This is one of the beautiful program which I should say that will build career for these students. Of course, internships and research fellowships, as I was explaining you, they were already there as a part of the career building. Actually, the career will be built. As I was telling you, Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology is the pioneer institutes at par with any IIT in the country for developing the space qualified space grade and space work students for directly getting inducted into the ISRO centers. And there are other centers like IRS Dehradun, NRSA Hyderabad, NIC Shillong, where the diploma courses and some kind of courses will be offered, where students who have got interest to pursue the space careers can go register and attend and get a certified certificate so that they can pursue the careers. ISRO, not only those three places, there is an online portal which is recently developed by ISRO, which offers lots of information as well as brain teasers for the students. Example, Siksha Gagan is a platform online portal, e-learning portal, where the entire space technology application is a certified course. Such kind of courses are available on SSA, remote sensing, where students can participate and get qualified themselves to become the swords for the tomorrow's space domain growth. There is another program, Space Tutor, which is launched by ISRO a couple of months back. You can see around 140 NGEs have registered under this program, which further develop their career as a space tutor to impart education, to impart space knowledge to the entire community. I feel many people, they'll ask that how I can engage with ISRO for developing some kind of space career. I think it is one of the best platform I see for engaging with ISRO, still be part of the space promotion, space education promotion of education. Of course, there are several platforms and areas where ISRO encourages the students and space enthusiasts to be part of the ISRO's journey for promoting the space. This is all teasers, I should say, how actually you will get into this ISRO's ecosystem, to get to know what is happening in ISRO, what is happening in space per se, so that they will map their road, they'll create their roadmaps for building their career. This is the footfall whenever we organize such kind of career building events. This is the footfall what you see from the enthusiastic students, right from 8th class, 9th class up to the PhD level. They come and participate. So in the industry, when after the space reforms, the industry's growth is phenomenal. And if you take one is the unit of ISRO's contribution tomorrow, it could be 2 or 3. The units of contribution is going to be there with the industry, because ISRO believes in realizing most of the subsystems through industry. Unless industry's growth is there, probably I think space domain cannot grow in multiple folds. There is a reason the government has announced the reforms. What do? Just you listen to several startups, what they do in the space, the geospatial area, where the market size is in 23,000 crores. At least if you take 10% of the contribution to space, 2,000 crores simply gets added to the geospatial domain. It directly adds value to the services. It also creates a revenue to the country for the economic growth of the country. But only one thing is what to do, how actually the space technology should be made applicable for different areas. You call it as fisheries, you call it as mines and collieries, you call it as water resource management, you call it as forest development, forest fire identification, disasters management, urban development, rural development. If it is a national, the highways authorities is going for green cover index to identify such kind of things. Everywhere hyperspectral data and multispectral data is being used. How actually this data can be used, put into use as a data analytics, as one of the speaker was talking about, or as a tool to create a dashboard for the users. This space data is very much handy. Not only in the remote sensing part where GIS contribution is there, in the navigation front, in the communication front, when 5G technologies are coming up, huge amount of opportunities are there because India holds almost 140 crores of the population. How to meet the requirements, the day-to-day requirements of these citizens of the India is a challenge, and innovation is only the way how actually the space technologies can be leveraged. So each and every student, there is an opportunity for you to become a startup or to become a part of the startup or part of the industry, to think whatever you have studied in your colleges, you come out and start building the stories and start building, identifying yourself as a user, and how actually I can bridge the gap between the technology with available technology and the user is a question mark and is a challenge in front of you. The entire platform is open for you people to come and execute the things. As I was telling, geospatial is a very beautiful market which people have got avenues. Incidentally, recently the InSpace has announced, Department of Space has announced an opportunity for building EO satellites and creating market for themselves. Such a beautiful opportunity. I don't think any time you had in the past. So for you to build and you become part of this entire journey of the GAS, so that careers are only careers. You need not have to ask for only government job. And same case with the satellite navigation and the SATCOM, the researchers. Now the ISRO has announced a very big, let us say, roadmap for another decade. What ISRO is going to, what is the mandates of ISRO as identified by the government of India. And Bharatiya Antariksha Station is coming up in couple of years. Already Chairman ISRO has announced the launching of Bharatiya Antariksha Station. Chandrayaan continuation programs are there. So for sustainability of these programs, now if you see other national space agencies, they have very long roadmap, very wide roadmap, how actually the careers will be built in line with these missions which are declared or which are announced by Government of India and ISRO. Future lunar space exploration, these are all the missions which if you take tomorrow, if you wanted to generate a payload, or if you want to generate a rover experiments, or if you want to generate a some kind of experimental instrument, you are the part that the entire what you call opportunities are in your hand. By the time you come out of your colleges and look for what I can do in science missions, there are several science institutes across the country. You call it as IUCA, IIAS, IRIS, and ISR, such kind of institutes, or even biotechnology institutes. You have to find a way out how actually I can make use of this opportunity to become part of the space journey. And models are available. You can just go to the NASA site or ESA site, where such kind of lunar commercial lunar payload experiments, that is the name that USA NASA gives. How actually this model is working, you yourself come with your own beautiful business model, how you can be part of this particular journey, so that in future these programs will become very sustainable. And Bharatiya Antariksha Station, it is not enough for us to just build a station. For sustainability, maybe for a decade or so, that continuous engagement of this Bharatiya Antariksha Station should be thought of today itself. Different payloads can be designed, whether it is related to agriculture, whether it is bio, or whether it is medical related. The students who are engineers only can think of integrating the different kinds of payloads into platforms. There are several opportunities for you to come and join this journey, because you have to start thinking 4 to 5 years ahead of developing such kind of payloads, so that you will get an opportunity to be part of this Bharatiya Antariksha Station when tomorrow, in a couple of years, when it is up in the sky. But infrastructure will be built by ISRO, but ultimately the utilization of this infrastructure is in the hands of youth, that is you. Probably I think I stop here for the thing. So the conclusion, as a conclusion, it is obviously, it is in your hands how actually you will convert the opportunity, convert the challenge into an opportunity and be part of the space journey. You call it as a career, or you call it as an employment, or you call it as a startup, or you call it as a some kind of engagement. It is in your hands. Always ISRO has been a helping hand for you to come up. When you come up and ask for some help, definitely the mechanism is now exists through InSpace to extend a very helpful hand for you. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
That was a very inspiring address. May I now move on to the final session of the day. An excellently curated panel discussion, academic ecosystem to support space education. A robust academic ecosystem is pivotal for nurturing space talent. It fosters interdisciplinary research, develops innovative curricula, and provides hands-on experiences. By bridging the gap between academia and space industry, this ecosystem nurtures space explorers and innovators, contributing to advancements in space technology and exploration. The session shall be chaired by Mr. A.S. Kiran Kumar and will be expertly moderated by Mr. Vijaya Kumar. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelist on stage, Dr. A.S. Kiran Kumar, former Chairman ISRO. The moderator, Mr. Vijaya Kumar, EVP Starburst. Dr. Selva Murthy, Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation. Dr. Sachin Brahma, founder, Space India. Dr. Vinod Kumar, Director, Promotion in Space. Dr. Perik Philo Ashida, First Counselor, Head of Section Research and Innovation. Dr. Dhoya Snyders, Innovation Counselor for India, Netherlands Embassy in India. Caitlin Searle, Counselor, Science and Tech, Australian High Commission in India. Dr. Per Ann Wilkstrong, Counselor, Innovation and Science, Embassy of Sweden. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists on stage with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. May I introduce the panelist to you, Dr. Selva Murthy, Amity Science and Technology Innovation Foundation. Dr. W. Selvamurthy is the President of Amity Science, Technology and Innovation Foundation, Director General at Amity, Director of Science and Innovation and Chair, Professor for Life Science at Amity University. With a distinguished career in DRDO, he developed critical health technologies for the armed forces and led pioneering research, including Indo-Soviet Arctic Circle. Dr. Sachin Brahma. Founder, Space India, an Indian-born entrepreneur and avid astronomer and philanthropist who has been pioneered in introducing the concept of astronomy and space and science education in Indian education system. His passion and commitment to harness the potential of astronomy in creating entrepreneurship and sustainable development have revolutionized the global astronomy and space education ecosystem. Dr. Vinod Kumar, the Director of Promotion Director in Space. With nearly 25 years at ISRO, he has led the design and development of attitude and orbit control system for over 3 dozen satellites, including the Mars Orbiter mission. Dr. Perik Philo Ashida, First Counselor, Head of Section Research and Innovation. Over 25 years of experience in EU institution and private sector. Former roles include overseeing relations with Asian and India at the European Commission, expertise in international negotiations, including projects like ITER in nuclear fusion, experience in health, telecom, and digital library projects within various EU Directorates General. Dr. Doya Snijders, Innovation Counselor for India, Netherlands Embassy in India. Extensive experience in research, project management, and policy advisory roles across various institutions in Netherlands. PhD in organizational studies and public administration with Ridge University Amsterdam. Master's degree in public information management from Erasmus University Rotterdam. Published author with multiple publications on topics such as virtual reality, consumer protection, and citizen sensor use for safety. Recipient award including the VUFS Dissertation Award at the Best Paper Award at the UN International Conference on E-Government. Ms. Caitlin Searle, Councillor, Science and Tech, Australian High Commission in India, manages Australia-India relations in science, innovation, technology, and space. Extensive experience in Australian government since 2010. Background in resources science, critical technologies policies. Previous roles including managing activities at former mine sites and developing Australia's LNG and PPP sectors. Master of Laws from Australian National University and dual bachelor's degree from Griffith University. Dr. Porand Wikström, Councillor Innovation and Science, Embassy of Sweden, envoy from the Ministry of Climate and Enterprise, Sweden, leads promotion efforts in research, trade, investment and innovation, former Director of Sweden Communication at the Swedish Institute, PhD in Business Administration from the Royal Institute of Technology, Sweden. Thank you very much. May I request Dr. Kumar to kindly proceed the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. And this is the last session, so we'll make it the most dynamic one. And we are bringing here a complete international experience. And I would like to ask Dr. Kiran Kumar to start. Okay.
So thank you very much for this opportunity to talk about academic ecosystem to support space education. Today, as we are looking at the future of space activities globally and also in India itself, how the academic institutions need to provide specific opportunities to the next generation is the topic probably under discussion. So what I would suggest is we would request our panelists to start with Dr. Selumurthy to give his views, and then at the end of the session we will sum it up.
So what a great pleasure it was to listen to the young entrepreneurs, the startups. We were reassured that the space sector is going to be on a very safe hands and aspiring with high ambitions, drive, enthusiasm, that aggressive approach to succeed, success by compulsion. So with that philosophy, the youngsters, the young entrepreneurs were presenting. It was like a honey in my ears when I listened to them. Their dreams, their vision. I'm sure we bless you all that you will achieve all that what you desire. We are actually meeting at a very unprecedented time in the history of the humankind. The whole world. This type of time will never come again in the history of mankind. So we are meeting at this time when aspiring India is looking at how do we build that Vasudeva Kudumbakam? How do we build the humanity development to be a peaceful, happy, prosperous world through space science and technology? So India has always been looking at global family. So in space as well, we are looking at how do we build partnership and how do we build a very close collaboration, cooperation, so that we will be able to make use of the space for peaceful applications and also to make the life in this planet a better place to live. So I will just with my experience in the Defense Research and Development Organization earlier 40 years, and then now 12 years in Amity Universities, I have a unique opportunity of having looked at a government organization for 40 years, and then also now academic environment, which is a great institution, the Amity University, the Amity Universe, with 12 universities in India, 18 campuses abroad, 28 schools with 200,000 students. So I was able to see the academic environment, the vibrance, which I could see in the youngsters. So I'm going to share some thoughts with these two experiences, that how do we shape up our academic ecosystem, which will propel India to be a leader in space. We are already leadership. We have the leadership in many areas, but then how do we make it in many domains? So first of all, I must thank the chair. You know, his signature is there in almost everything what we see today, whether it's the ASLV, PSLV, GSLV, Mars mission, and also the PSLV C-37, in which 104 satellites in one launch. So I'm very conscious that he is chairing this session. Thank you so much. And he has built what ISRO today, and his contribution is there everywhere. Similarly, I must praise and record our deep appreciation to the ISPA, that is the Indian Space Association, who has hosted this. I was listening to every deliberations. And then I was also listening to Dr. Sitaram, that he has already looked at how do we revolutionize the technical education in space sector. And he released a document itself as a minor subject in all engineering domains. So already the efforts are on. So the ecosystem is being created and has been created to a very large extent. How do we build this over a period of time? Because these two coming together, AICTE, who drives the technical education in India, and also the Indian Space Association, which connects with the industries. Now, how do we together build an ecosystem, academic ecosystem, where you will find the top notch of scientists, technologists, technicians, and the leaders will emerge. So I looked at the space opportunities, mind-boggling. You know, when you look at the projections in the next 10 years, if you look at the global space economy, 1.8 billion, and then now when you look at the space tourism, which is picking up at 40%, the annual growth rate, that is going to be jumping from about 850 million to about 8 billion. So this is the kind of the speed at which the market is growing. And then all that to be achieved, what do you need is the human resource in many domains, not only the science and technology, looking at the propulsion, control, guidance, navigation, materials, payload separation, payloads preparation. So besides this, you need a large number of other domains as well. So there's a huge demand. So youngsters you see here, it's not only for employment, the entrepreneurship, startups. So how do we groom these youngsters to be the best? So that is what is the main topic on which our panel is going to deliberate. And the first thing is mission planning. So when you look at human resource, it's just not only to conceive a futuristic spacecraft or a space mission, that how do you conduct the space mission in terms of planning, execution, then satellite communication, and we need engineers, designers, we need good designers. But the design capability in India is much to be desired yet. So let us build this design capability, which is very, very important. In Amity University, we have already started doing it. And so we need designers. We need system integrating engineers, because there's a big void still in India. The system integration, very few people, handful. So I think we need to develop that capability today in terms of numbers, in terms of critical mass. So let us build that system integration experts. And we also need people who do aerospace engineering, propulsion, control, guidance, navigation, bringing in the latest technologies in education. When you are developing human resource, we should always build at with the education system, the artificial intelligence, quantum technologies, data science, all this we need to build in the education. And I will share some of the Amity experience, how we are doing it in Amity ecosystem. So when we talk about space education, I would like to divide them into three categories. Just not only the formal education you get in a university or a college or an institution, But you also have a non-formal education, which was slightly mentioned in the previous panel. And non-formal education is also part of the education. Informal education, how do you create horizontal spread of the knowledge? Informal education. So when you talk about space education, it encompasses all these three domains: formal, non-formal, informal. And again, when it comes to the subsets, we need science and technology for the spacecraft development and executing the missions. And we need space economy experts. How do you monetize this? Whether it's an IPR or it's a business coming out of it. So you need experts in space economy. We need experts in space laws. So it is just not only sufficient to give orientation, but we need lawyers who are going to now argue and then also look at the litigations and legal issues. So we need specialists in the space laws. Then we need communicators. You know, how do you communicate and take the message to the people through informal education? So you need space science communicators. So when I talk about the space education, we are looking at the whole spectrum of the canvas. And we also look at, you have degree programs, diploma, certificate, and also training, and open and domain electives. All this will build the horizontal capacity in our country. So we should look at a broad-based application of the space science and technology. We should also bring a multidisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity in our education system, which is not happening now. So you have always silos and vertical. So how do you break this? Because a person must know how do you manage a program, so management orientation, legal issues, and also economic issues, costing. So all this need to be communicated to the space experts whom we will be developing. So let us bring the multidisciplinarity dimension when we are formulating a curriculum, syllabus, and also the delivery, pedagogy, the method of delivery. Everything should be very critical to bring the multidisciplinarity. I would suggest the ISPA, AICTE, and ISRO together, that how do we make a task force which will have all the representatives in different domains, and let us look at what are the type of curriculum and syllabus which is required. And we should take the input from all stakeholders, from industries, the entrepreneurs, and also the government and ISRO, Department of Space, all those who are responsible, so that this curriculum, we should make the best in the world. So we should also consult the experts sitting over here from different countries, so that there's a global consultation. When we are formulating a curriculum, it's not just for Indian education, but let us make it a global approach. So I would suggest what we make should have the best of every country. How do they teach space education? Let us build that. Then we should also have Industry 5.0. Now that has to be also built in because of the manufacturing sector and so on, and the faculty development. Then how do you groom the faculties to be able to compete and also to groom, to become competent to deliver such a multidisciplinary program in space education? So we need teachers training, faculty development, which will provide ultimately the delivery, what we decide as a curriculum. Then learning by doing. We always give more emphasis on theoretical and textbooks, classrooms, but now we need to make it more skill-based and also competency building rather than only the knowledge giving, that they should be able to do it themselves. Similarly, we need infrastructure. If you have to do this, the wind tunnels and also the capability which you require, computational fluid dynamics for designs, so many things we need. So let us build the horizontal infrastructure, research and development infrastructure, which is also much to be desired in our country. So this would be required for even delivering the education. Then we also look at resources. What are the resources required? How do we mobilize these resources? Then emerging technologies, ultimately the quality control and quality assurance in terms of the quality of education which we give in space, and for which we should have the accreditation mechanisms, the proper filtering of the quality. And so this would be required if you have to really make the education system very vibrant. Now I'll just give a little glimpse for another couple of minutes. What AMITI do, AMITI does in space, because Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, the founder president, who has created the whole AMITI universe, which I mentioned just a few minutes ago, 2005, when he developed the first university, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida, he created these structures at that time. Amity Institute of Space Science and Technology, separate independent institute. And then we have Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Amity Institute of Aerospace Engineering, Amity Institute of Geoinformatics and Remote Sensing, Amity Institute of Defense Technology, where you have the vertical of aerospace, and then Amity Center for Excellence in Astrobiology, Amity Center for Artificial Intelligence, for application in space as well. So he created the necessary institutes almost about 20 years ago. So that is why we call him visionary, Dr. Ashok Chauhan. And now what we do in terms of academics, we run UG, PG, doctoral programs in Amity University, many universities, because it's a universe, Amity universe. So we run programs, and also we have a vertical in very strong research, the base in terms of delivery. Because even our curriculum design is to make them create, innovate, and also ultimately produce. So this is what is the culture which we have created in Amity University. And some of the research which we are doing is like, we have a very Amity Institute of Space Science and Technology. We are doing a project for ISRO on cognitive health monitoring of the spacecraft using the AI. And similarly, we are looking at the debris management in space. And similarly, we are also looking at the remote sensing data. How do we use it? So we have started so much of research in terms of the space technologies as well as the remote sensing data. Then we have created in Amity, Dubai. We have in Dubai, Mauritius, Singapore, London, US, we have campuses. So in Amity, Dubai, we created Amity ground station, satellite ground station. So we get a huge database coming from these satellites. And it has got its own advantage of being located in Dubai. So this is a big station which our students use it for data analysis and data analytics and using AI. AI, we have created a center of excellence with 10 petaflop computing capability in the first phase, and it's going to be upgraded to 60 petaflop. Then we are building a CubeSat, which will go this year. ISRO has already cleared those, so it will be integrated, and we are working with InSpace. So the first 3 CubeSat will go this year. It'll have a payload which will monitor the atmospheric pollutions. Then we are also sending the first biological payload. Before the Gaganyaan, we put a humans into space. From Amity, we are putting the first biological payload of a callus of a vegetable plant, the stevia, and also a bacteria into this. And this has also been approved by ISRO, and we are hoping that it will soon go this year. We have put the target to put it in space. Then we are also doing the other thing which I mentioned, debris management, and we have created a Mars analog station in Ladakh. Ladakh, if you look at the terrain, atmosphere, and also the psychological factors like isolation, monotony, separation from family, fear of the unknown, all this exists there. So we created, Amity created the Amity Mars analog station, and we are working with NASA. We are working with European Space Agency. We are working with Australian Space Agency. So we created this one experiment we did was extremophilic identification in Mars analog research station. So we have found what kind of microbes survive in those conditions. So we have done that experiments in Ladakh. And then we also have the lunar rover technology, which is again being developed now. Gaganyaan, we have presented to Dr. Somnath ji when he visited us in Amity University, both in Uttar Pradesh.
Probably you'll have to.
Yeah, I'll just sum up in 1 minute. So we are also contributing to the vital health sign monitoring. Our international school students, which is looked after by Dr. Mrs. Amita Chauhan, has won many awards. One of them is the latest NASA award for space, the competition which was held. And in July, we got this award. And we had a joint workshop where Dr. Somnaji is there. He brought 15 scientists from ISRO. We looked at 3 verticals in space: artificial intelligence, astrobiology, and data analytics. Now, finally, this is the workshop which I was going to have with InSpace. Please join us. It's the pre-incubation entrepreneurship development program which Amity is hosting for the InSpace. So please join us. And this is the vision which we have kept. I'll narrate it during the discussions. Now, he is the founder, and he is so proud that the space is his priority. He has announced the space mission, Dr. Ashok Chauhan. Finally, I'll conclude with the Prime Minister's slide, where what he says: India, I quote, India in its 75th year of independence by opening the space sector has gifted the industry and the academia an opportunity to tap into this futuristic area. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Sachin Mamba. I was not able to announce my name, so I'm founder of an organization called Space India. And I would first like to thank ISpA for giving me an opportunity to present here today. Always inspiring, always respected. Kiran sir in chair. So, can I have the presentation, please? So finally, you can see me as a astronomer rather than anything else, because something struck me when I was in class 6th. You have all seen telescopes and microscopes in your school, and microscope was given to you in class 9th, but telescope is always missing from your education system. And that is the problem that I could see at that point of time. And I was a kid, sir, who was very naughty. I asked my teacher, why can't I have a telescope and why can't we take it out? She said she does not know how to use it. And irony is, in 1993, when I joined MSc in Delhi University, we had an observatory. So Delhi University has an observatory, was built back in 1978. It closed in somewhere around 84, and me and one of my friend who is now a scientist, data scientist working in USA in NOAA, we opened up the university again in 1993, sir. So it was very evident that astronomy was missing somewhere. The space research, there is so much information coming from universe to us, but our academia was not ready to teach it to us. Even with seasoned astronomers, I am seeing sir sitting on the chair, seasoned astronomers have difficulty in going out and teaching field astronomy. So they are looking at one object, studying it, dedicating their life, finding new physics out of it, and that is what always happens. So field astronomy, then there are so many things, astrophotography, then probably rocketry. For me, I have been a very wonderful work, and I also tell all of you, I'll be talking about the careers that are possible with us. So I have never felt that I have worked in my life. It's always a passionate job. One morning I just simply rise in the morning and think I will talk about space debris today, and I don't have to worry about any sanctions. I don't have to worry about any budgets, and we can start working on simple models, how to explain the problem of space debris, how to find a solution for it, and that is all possible in the field of astronomy and space education. Mind it, I have been mentored by huge names. Dr. Nirupama Raghavan, Director Nehru Planetarium, an eminent scientist. She even died because of 2004 Venus transit. She was working in the field with 25,000 students for 4 months regularly in sun. Ultimately developed cancer and she died. So people like Dr. Nirupama Raghavan has inspired people like me. And when I started teaching astronomy and space sciences in schools, I am pioneer of astronomy and space science education in India. For me, since I was part of planetarium, it was very easy to find telescope, very easy to find binoculars, very easy to find charts. But when I started teaching, I realized that there was everything that was missing. You will not find a telescope in school. There were no books, there were no charts, there were no planispheres, there were no educational aids. And to do astronomy or space research, you just need 3 things. First thing is how to do it, the education. The second thing is instrument or aids that you need. And third thing for astronomy is location, because from a city like Delhi, you really cannot see stars. So you'll have to travel and go out. So this is right now what I do. So we have a group of companies, one of which works into education. We are associated with around more than 1,000 schools and few colleges and universities and work with them. Then we are the first manufacturers of astronomy and space equipments. Recently, we have put an observatory in DPS Faridabad. So we make everything that you need to bring astronomy and space education to your institutions. And then I also have pioneered or coined a term called astrotourism in 2006. I coined this term, and space has been working towards astrotourism. So first ever flight that studied solar eclipse, passenger flight that studied solar eclipses in India is done by me. The first ever cruise that took people to study solar eclipse in 2010 was done by Space India. And now we have our facilities called astroports, which are astronomy and space experience centers, where you can obviously come and have the experience of seeing the universe. The universe puts up a show every day. It's beautiful out there. And the nearest possibility from Delhi is in Alwar. So the nearest one astroport is in Alwar. We are in the process of opening up 30 more. But this journey started with a simple question. How can I drive numbers out of nature? How can I have my telescope and I can take it out? And how can I involve kids in this endeavor of mine? And that has led to this group of companies, which I still don't feel I am chairman of. And till today, I feel that I am an enthusiast who's looking forward to think about new ideas and convert them into a possible business model. So initially it was just the recognition that I got from my teachers, because मेरे साथ क्या होता था, whenever somebody came to school, I was always brought my teachers and told कि इनको moon दिखाओ, इनको sun दिखाओ, and I became very popular in my school. But later on, I realized the seriousness of science. So with astronomy and the concepts I am talking about, now we generate around 200 jobs every year. Right now, we have around 400 people directly, indirectly working with us. So I talked about many things. So let's now see. So as Modi ji said that there should not be any space between common man and space, and that is so true. And the Genesis Indian space legacy, we have seen since morning that how ISRO started and where it has brought us. So the possibilities, I'm not talking about these things again. So obviously we have this reform recently brought into action. In 2019, I went to Unikrishnan sir and I requested him that, there is a lot of support that comes from NASA to people like me who are into space education and sector. So, I requested a few things, and today we see that, there is so much that is being offered by ISRO. Sudhir sir just told us about all of that. So, now they have opened up their infrastructure facilities. We have seen that many startups have launched their rockets. They are enabling NGCs like us. So, many opportunities for cooperation and job initiatives that again were told to us by Sudhir sir, and enabling private sector, which is what is happening right now in ISRO. So 200 and more startups in India and many more are coming. So to support this ecosystem, the capacity building or space education is what I am talking about. So this is our mission and vision statement. We primarily drive our vision from the Constitution of India, Article 51A, which states that it is the duty of every citizen of India to imbibe the spirit of inquiry and reform in all Indians. Our journey, 2001, as I was telling you, we started as an NGO or a society. But I was very young then. I did not know that if I was also the chairman of the society, I will not be able to take my salary out of it. So I'll have to work somewhere else. I will have to be either a software engineer or working somewhere else and then do science popularization, which is obviously we did not want to do. So 4 of us. SPACE as an acronym stands for Science Popularization Association of Communicators and Educators. Since we wanted to popularize space and astronomy, so we took this acronym. And 4 of us started this, and then we realized that no one was giving us money, and it was very difficult for us to simply run our homes. So we offered our services and products to people, and amazingly, the journey of the space group of companies started. As ISRO has 2 wings, one is the research wing, and then there is a business body, Antriksh. Space India also has 2 wings, one which is earning money for the philanthropic work, the NGO work that we undertake. So few achievements. Vamna project, we worked with again 25,000 students. So first astrotourism expedition was happened in 2006. So it's a kind of competition open to all students of schools and colleges. जो यहाँ पे लोग बैठे हैं उनके लिए बहुत अच्छी opportunity है. If you take this exam and get selected, we take you fully sponsored to national or international site wherever solar eclipses are happening. So around 60 to 80 students travel with us in all solar eclipses. So look forward to this opportunity. Project Khoj was an interesting project. You know, we studied that there was the IST timeline was passing somewhere in Allahabad, and we set ourselves to find the IST timeline of India. So we discovered it in a place near Varanasi. Now it is very, very well defined, you know, very far off from Allahabad, very near to Varanasi. And this project was mentioned in Oxford textbooks as one of the projects to teach geography, because astronomy or space is something that actually makes use of every concept that you are learning in your school or college. So first ever eclipse passenger flight, which I talked about in 2009. First eclipse cruise in 2010. Then we have a project which we run with NASA. It's called All India Asteroid Search Campaign. We get the data from Hawaii Observatory, and that data is distributed to students like you. And those students can actually point out if they find an object which is changing its position with respect to the stars. And if you are able to find a new object, the astronomers in the lab, they do the rest of the work. And if it's a new object, you get the chance to name it, and you are also given the credit of the discovery. And then, you know, as I said that when we started astronomy education, there were a lot of things that were needed. Books were needed, aids were needed, equipments were needed. You know, so the first space arcade where you can actually find all of these things started. So first group of students went to NASA with us in 2010. And then, you know, digital planetarium systems, and then so on and so forth. And 2024, rather in 2021, we established Khagol Shalas with the Prime Minister's office, PSA's office. We established 20 Khagol Shalas in JNUs. And recently, 2004, we have collaborated with the US Embassy to conduct a special program for kids popularizing astronomy and space. So why we chose space research and education? So whatever happens, you know, whether a mission fails or whether a mission is successful, whether it's a mission of ISRO or whether it's a mission of NASA or JAXA, you know, there is always education associated to it. So, you know, it's a wonderful field to work in. We obviously can create global leaders. Inspiring student always is a possibility with these kind of programs. And mind it, you know, students have flown satellites with us, students have made rockets with us, and there are many more projects that are going to come. Obviously, education and skill development, sustainable development, inspiration and innovation are part of the educational programs that we run. So few pictures for you. Now these, there are three different models that we run in schools and colleges. One model is called Space Astronomy Club or Space Club. Basically 40 to 60 students who are interested into a specialized kind of training, they become member of this club. So it's basically a co-curricular activity. Then Universe in the School program is curriculum integrated activity. We set up a lab in school and then put an educator there, and the activities are done throughout the year. And third is what is our curriculum support workshops. So there are workshops like, you know, a dedicated time when we go for a small period of time, do a particular workshop and come back. So one time, single time engagement, like, you know, workshop on Chandrayaan and so on and so forth. The second company, as I said, space would always need travel. Second company is Astro Tourism India Private Limited. So we do edu tours and many more. Yeah, thank you, sir. So I'll not read this in detail. So few projects. HelioEDC, which I was telling students, a wonderful project. You can give an exam and travel fully sponsored with us to any place in the world. The solar eclipse of 2009. This is the largest ever eclipse observation. It was done in Taregana in Bihar. So 1,84,000 people right now in front of you. The first ever eclipse cruise, eclipse flight, the project Khoj, finding the IST timeline, the astroports, where you can come and experience space. So in 2024, as the Indian space program has reached new heights, and Prime Minister and ISRO is conducting these activities to celebrate the momentous achievement of Chandrayaan reaching on moon, we are launching Astro Addas. You will see around 200 Astro Addas where simply telescope will be put up and there will be observations happening. So soon this year you will see many people involved into it, and obviously all of this generates lot of employment and lot of entrepreneurship possibilities. So our manufacturing units, the things that we manufacture, and I'll just take you through the slides. And thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry for the mic. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Vinod Kumar. Since morning, we have seen so much activity from InSpace on the education front, and also you were instrumental for this curriculum initiative in AICTE. Can you add some more element for the youth on the strengthening space education and skilling in India?
Yeah, it's very apt topic for the present day space industry. The space ecosystem is developing in India, and you see there's a strong need for the academia to strengthen. What all needs it? So if you remember that, guidance and control were discovered in an academic institution. So we need to strengthen our academic institution, our academic education system. We need here academia to academia collaboration, academia to business collaboration, academia to government collaboration. How it is possible? So our academic institution, what we see that the practical portion is very little. Now it has started coming, of course, but it is very little in many of the institutions, which we need to develop it further. So that we used to say in our primary school, the Aao Vigyan Karke Seekho. How many of you remember maybe Aao Vigyan Karke means learn the science by doing. So same way, you should learn the space by doing it. So you learn it long. So the need of the hour is to strengthen the academic institution. We should have the state of art labs in our academic institution. That is the need of the hour. They should participate in the competitions, the national level competition. They should participate on space related activities. If you can club your theoretical fundamentals to the real world problems or with the practicals, you will certainly make this ecosystem of academic institution to strengthen. This will not only encourage the practical knowledge, it will increase the practical knowledge, and when you do it yourself, you get the confidence. You will be having the many entrepreneurship skills. So these are the certain things which can certainly be helpful in developing the next generation space force. But presently what we see, the academic institutions, there's no teachers, frankly speaking, for the space, because it has come now. Only expertise available with ISRO and retired ISRO people. And you have to search them. So what happens basically, we need a non-conventional kind of education as well with this. So non-conventional short-term courses, maybe 1 week, 2 weeks, with a practical to impart this education to the teachers so that they can work on this forward and prepare our next generation. That's all. With this, I will stop. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vinod. Now I invite Dr. Pierrick Fion-Ashida to give some key highlights of the India-EU Space Cooperation for Student Exchange and Academic Innovation.
Thank you very much, Vijaya. I will be rather brief. So I am working at the EU delegation here in Delhi, and this morning we had already a lot of details from the EU Ambassador Delphine. So I will rather concentrate on 2-3 ideas. First, I will say that I'm very happy to be here. I met a few weeks ago AICTE chairman, and so it's very nice for him to have organized this, and also today to have discussed with ISRO chair and all the colleagues around the dais. And today also it's very interesting because whatever I will forget to say will be taken over by the colleagues from the EU embassies. We have 2 colleagues here from Sweden and Netherlands. So if ever I forget something about Europe, you can complete. Just to tell you a little bit about my background, I am a telecom engineer and I had the pleasure to start my career, in fact, in the space domain. And it was because I was inspired. I have a double degree. I have one in medical science and one in telecom. But when I wanted to work, I said, okay, I want to work where I like. Usually it's what young people do. They don't go for money. So I went to Toulouse. I work on the space project, on satellites, on telemedicine. And then I moved. I went to Japan, I went to UK, to Germany, to Europe, and now I am in India. So just to tell you that whatever you study, it doesn't matter. You just have to get the motivation, and then you will get the job, and not the other way around. Now, just back to today, I will not go too much on the detail of space education, but just to highlight some points. And in fact, there is a very good report. I will give the detail to the organizer. It's a report. It's very easy if you Google. It's done by the European Space Institute in Vienna. In Vienna, there is a space institute gathering information on space education. So they have excellent report. And one is very recent. It analyzed the issues on space education in Europe. There are about 100,000 students on a master, postdoc, PhD, 100,000. About 300 universities in Europe have a curricula on space. And those 300 universities have in total about 900 programs. So it's just to tell you that space education is a relatively tiny sector. I mentioned 100,000 students, which is not much. If I compare, for example, the flow of Indian students coming to Europe every year, whatever sector, is 100,000. So us Europeans are only building 100 engineers or 100 PhDs or masters only at a time in Europe. So its space is still remaining a small sector in terms of education, which is a pity because a lot now is going to be derived from space. But more important, I want to share with the colleagues on the dais, I was struck when I read the report. There is a new evolution, which is very positive, is double degrees in the domain of space education. So students who do bachelor in space will probably, most of them, according to the statistic in that report, do management school. So there is a tendency to start with a pure bachelor on space education and then to move to an application domain via a master, which is very interesting. A very interesting data, and we discussed it this morning, was students go to study space 85% for inspiration, 7% for money. So there was a question and it came out. So space is not a segment where you go because you want to make money when you are a young student. But at the same time, and this is my last point on space education is suffering from a kind of phenomena where you are inspired when you are young, and there are many young people at the back of the room who are chatting now. But anyway, when they are inspired, they go there. But many of them still worry to find a job. So I think it's a pity. I think it's really pity when there are inspiration, when it's a domain like space, which is much needed in any cross sectors. The government, us, we have to do something. We cannot let stranded students having a great education with a great inspiration and great potential not to find a job. So it's a repellent. So you go to space, you know that you might have difficulties to find a job, which is not nice. Now, let me tell you a little bit more, because it's not only the problem of education, as a colleague already just now explained, it's about an ecosystem. And in fact, the title of this session is Ecosystem and Education. And this morning we had a lady, Dr. Usha from Kerala. She clearly mentioned that in Europe, we are maybe not the best, but we manage in the different EU countries to link education with economic environment. Maybe this is something I have to study still about India, where India is weak. You absolutely need the entire value chain to be committed to education in the simple sense that they will recruit engineers. So if the industry is not there today in the room, it's a pity. If the industry is not teaching, we heard it this morning with the ISRO chair, he says they have to teach. If they want to employ, they have to come to the university to pull the students. So it's maybe a weak point in India. One last point is, I am quite pleased. I spent an entire day today. It's rare that I go out of my office for an entire day, but it's just to tell you that I was interested, especially I didn't hear so much about AI. In Europe, you go to any conference, they speak about AI. Usually, unfortunately, I am relatively optimistic as a threat. But here you don't mention it in India, so I don't know, maybe you believe it's not a threat, or maybe you have solved the AI issue. But it's just to tell you that it's something that is not discussed and maybe should be discussed, because it will clearly, in all the segment of space, which I know well, it will probably impact. So in short, I wanted to give you some indication on the size of the sector of space education in Europe. We absolutely need, and my ambassador mentioned it this morning, a convergence in the sense that European companies are starting to operate in India, or Indian companies operating even in that sector of space and defense with European. So we need to have an exchange of students. So you are all welcome to study in Europe. I believe and I hope, I discussed it, I remember, with AICTE chair, that India will welcome Europeans, so that you will have good universities and welcoming European students. And with this, I want to thank again the organizers and my colleagues on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Piri. Now I invite Mr. Doya Schneider from the Netherlands Embassy.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much, organizers, for bringing all of you together, the youth, the future, all these aspiring students, young professionals, senior professionals, and my old friends and new friends here on the dais today, as we prepare for Friday. I hope everybody has marked it in the calendars, 23rd of August, the first Indian National Space Day. Quite an event, because we're really commemorating, I think, a turning point in terms of space technology in India. But also, I think internationally, this was a turning point in the sense that it is turning heads, and everybody is looking at India now as a stable partner for the future to work in this field of space technology. We're looking forward to it. At the Dutch Embassy, we're organizing a session ourselves with our colleagues from Bangalore on Friday morning, also to commemorate it, which also reminds me, I think we're not alone here in the room. There's also many people online, so also a shout out to them for being here with us. So my name is Doya Snijders. I'm working at the Netherlands Embassy. Here we've got the map of the world. If you want to point out the Netherlands, it is nearly impossible. It is a very small country in Europe. We like to try to punch above our weight. And very early in 1953, we also said on science, technology, innovation, we have to work together with the rest of the world. So we created this Netherlands Innovation Network, which I'm working for, and set up our first office in the United States, then Japan, then Germany, and now we are in 16 countries. In India, you'll see 3 dots. So we're in Mumbai, Bangalore, and in New Delhi. So if you have any questions, any ideas, any bright new ways of working together with the Netherlands, please contact us and come together with us. Let me see if this works. As we are going down memory lane, I found this photo, which is of 1957, in which Honorable Prime Minister Nehru visited the Netherlands. And he came to the University of Twente's ITC, the International Technology Center, which is on Earth observation and satellite science. And at the time, universities looked like this, very cute, almost like a holiday bungalow park. But he was very inspired because he said people from all over the world are coming to learn about satellite technology, which he saw as the future. And he set up some student partnerships, but more importantly, he went back to India and he came to Parliament and he said, well, my friends in the Netherlands, they want to help out. I want to have exactly a center like this in India. And a few years later, in 1966, I think they set their sights on Dehradun and created a space center there. If I say Dehradun and space, maybe somebody already knows which center this is. I heard already. IIRS, the Indian Institute for Remote Sensing, which was set up together as a collaboration at first between the Netherlands and India. And till today, every year, there is batches of students that finish their dual degrees from the University of Twente and IIRS. So it is a long-standing relationship that we have in the space field. And now if we move forward to 2024, let's see, the whole space field in the Netherlands has developed a lot. This is the Netherlands. I did want to show you at least one picture of what the country looks like, all in orange. And there's so much happening. In the middle, you'll see a little double round around a town called Noordwijk. Even in the Netherlands, people don't really know this town unless you're working in the space field, because that is where AICTE is. And this is the R&D center of the European Space Agency, which is based in the Netherlands. And I think that has very much contributed to a flourishing space sector in the Netherlands, which has about 300 startups, organizations, all working on space technology. Beside it is NSO, the Netherlands Space Office, which since 2017 has an MOU also with ISRO, and they're working closely together. But it's most exciting what is happening up there in the skies. So you'll see certain facts, which maybe you can or cannot read, but it says that of all the launches that happen in Europe, not a single one is happening without Dutch technology. There's a lot of expertise in nanosatellites, in communications in space. We've got the Troponmi satellite, which is very good, probably the world's best satellite at looking at air pollution, at methane emissions, at chemical emissions. And what we're doing very much with these satellites and specializing in is very much downstream applications. How can we use Earth observation and space technology to look into the field of mobility, agriculture, life sciences and health, into maritime, into defense, into disaster management, and more with our research programs that we're doing with ISRO and other big institutes here in India. We're also looking how can we use this space technology for good. What are we doing together with India? Things like this, cool things like this. This is the Lunar Zebro, and this is a lunar rover that can navigate all kinds of harsh domains. They work together in swarms. It's very cheap technology. As a swarm, this can do reconnaissance missions. They can do identification missions, science missions. But the coolest thing about this is it's made by students from the Technical University of Delft and the IISc in Bangalore. They came together. They're perfectioning it now, and they hope to launch it into space so that actually these lunar zebras can walk the moon in the future. And if you're looking at the Netherlands for education and science purposes, there's a lot to discover, but I think 3 universities stand out in the sense that they've got these long-standing relationships with India, which is Twente, which I already mentioned, every year has a graduate program between the Netherlands and India. Then the Technical University of Delft, which has also got a big Earth observation and also a command center, which has a lot of collaborations with ISRO already, and also strong student programs. And then Leiden University. This is actually kind of a social science university, which has a very strong legal faculty. And what they are doing is now setting up also a moot court in Chandigarh, in which they are working together with Netherlands and India on space law and on legal and policy issues, because there's more and more questions. Who owns the moon? Who owns satellites? How are we going to go about debris? There's more and more social conflicts, of course, in space. So I think that also this is a field with expertise that we should work on more and more. Lastly, we see more and more missions between the Netherlands and India. And this year we saw the first innovation mission from India with lots of policy leaders, but also companies and academia coming to the Netherlands. And I think that we will see a lot more of that in the future. So I hope to see you soon. I think that in this sector, they say ad astra, to space and beyond. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dr. Doya. Now I invite Kathleen from Australian High Commission.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. And to start off, thank you for having me today. And congratulations to all of the organisers, to INSACE, to AICTE, to all of their contributors for the launch of the model curriculum earlier this morning. It's a wonderful initiative. I wanted to do two things this afternoon, and I will be brief. Firstly, I wanted to provide an overview of Australia and India collaboration on space. And secondly, I wanted to touch briefly on some of our space education initiatives. And for what it's worth, we have some leading edge research and development in key parts of space research and astronomy. But I thought, given the hour, it might be fun this afternoon to focus on some of the smaller initiatives targeting sort of building awareness and interest in space with younger kids. I reckon we can skip this one, please. Great. Perfect. Thank you. Space is, of course, an inherently global business, and Australia has been contributing to international space missions for decades. The first two graphics on this slide are sort of two more recent examples of this. We've heard a lot about Chandrayaan-3 today. It's very exciting about the first anniversary of its landing on Friday. Australia has a network of ground stations, and given our location down under and our dark skies, it means those ground stations and communications networks were amongst the first to communicate with Chandrayaan during its mission. The left is, of course, also very relevant. The Australian government is very proud to support ISRO's forthcoming Gaganyaan human spaceflight missions. We'll use all of those networks I just talked about. But in addition to that, we're also helping ISRO build and operate a temporary tracking and telemetry station in a very, very remote part of far north Australia, which will ensure continued communications with Gaganyaan vehicles. So that's really exciting. These are both examples of how we're leveraging the benefits of our location and our dark skies. But we, of course, want to do more than just leverage our location. We very much want to see how we can contribute Australian tech and expertise and products and services to future space missions, whether they're with our European partners or with India or with NASA. We also want to help Australian businesses develop, commercialise, market space-enabled technologies. And that's where that final graphic on the right-hand slide comes in. That's ISI, stands for the International Space Investment Initiative, India. And just in a few months ago, the Australian government announced the first ever recipients of ISI funding. We're funding 3 Australian Indian consortia of researchers and businesses to commercialise deep tech in space, including some of the projects funded will look at space debris mitigation and new and more efficient ways to collect and analyse satellite data with a focus on greenhouse gas emissions. Now, the government's support to sort of get Australian tech and researchers into these supply chains is also why the Australian government is party to the Artemis Accords and is funding, if I can do this, 2 Australian project teams to build a lunar rover that will collect soil samples from the moon on a future NASA mission. I was reflecting on this in one of the earlier sessions. I greatly respect India's sort of naming of things. It's all so sort of evocative. There's Chandrayaan, and there was Pragyan, and there was Vikram. And it's a little bit cringe, to be honest. But by popular vote, whichever consortia wins in this building of this rover, the rover will be named Ruva. As I said, by popular vote of the Australian public. The idea of Australia putting something on the moon is really not all that far-fetched. As a world leader in mining in some of the harshest and most remote environments, Australian companies are actually world leaders in robotics, automation, and remote operation technologies. So the Australian government is looking at how do we leverage these existing capabilities and sort of advantages and support global missions overseas and in space. This initiative graphic is also a good segue to the second thing I'd like to talk on quickly, and that's education. As I said, we have some world-leading research and development. We have a lot of collaborations with Indian universities. I'm going to leave that for today, but I wanted to focus on, how do we inspire that next generation of kids in Australia to study STEM-related skills and pursue STEM-related fields? And that's been really difficult. And access to a skilled workforce, the workforce of the future we need, is probably one of our greatest strategic challenges. We heard this morning from Chairman Somnath and others, India can point to, there's a generation of kids now that have seen the moon, the Chandrayaan landing on the moon. And that's been done wonders for space interest. We can't do that, but things like Ruva will show and be inspiring to that generation of Aussie kids. What else have I got? We've got a range of sort of exchange programs, including one focused on Indigenous undergraduate students. We now have an Australian Space Discovery Centre in Adelaide, which he's just left for the afternoon, but Dr. Kumar from InSpace visited with the first Indian space industry delegation to Adelaide a couple of weeks ago. That Space Discovery Centre runs a range of tabletop sort of exercises to primary school students to get them interested. There's also a huge amount of work going on to sort of describe the sort of space careers that can be for anyone. Not everyone is going to be an astronaut, but what are the things you can study and do if you're interested in satellites or communications or space medicine? It's not on this screen. I don't have a slide, but I should say the other really important sort of initiative that supports that sort of inspiring of kids is we have a space engineer and a director at the Australian Space Agency, Catherine Bennell-Pegg, who recently completed her astronaut training at the European Space Agency. So if she gets onto a future space mission, she'll be the first astronaut from Australia to fly under an Australian flag, which is hugely exciting. And since her return to Australia, she's been doing the rounds, talking to schools, talking to universities, inspiring the next generation of Australians, particularly women, to pursue these interests. I wanted to finish on two things. The first one, and I think this picks up on things that were said in the earlier sessions today, is the Australian government's also spending a lot of time trying to articulate to the public just the diversity of space-enabled technologies and how they impact our daily lives. There's a couple of examples on there. Chairman Somnath also used an example this morning of how satellite data is supporting disaster response in India. At the moment, I don't know if you're aware, we have a sort of a raging bushfire season almost every year in Australia during our summers. We have a program called Watch, which essentially has satellite data over the 300,000 water bodies in Australia. And that means come bushfire season, firefighters have at their fingertips information about where the best and nearest source of water is. It's saving lives. I wanted to finish on one thing, if I can go backwards. This is the last example I wanted to show. This is just a couple of screenshots from the website of the Australian Space Agency, who, as I said, are doing a huge amount of work to build interest in space. Now, you can take a quiz there, and it's about 10 questions, and you fill in some responses. What are you interested in? What would you do in this situation? Under the assumed example that you would like to become a space agent. My result is the screen on the right. apparently my interests and the way I approach problems indicate I could become some sort of space techie. I'm, of course, I think the only person on this panel who doesn't have a PhD or a science background. I'm a trained lawyer, actually, but I'm starting to wonder now if I missed my calling. I would encourage all of you to go onto the website and have a go. It's a bit of fun. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen, for your deep insight. Now I invite Dr. Per-Arne to talk about the Swedish triple helix approach in the field of space and Swedish-India cooperation.
Hello, everyone. Let's see if we can get the presentation up there. So very brief, will not be long. Basically, if you're interested in space, which I hope everyone here is, and if you, based on the things that I talk about here, would like to know more, this is my name, and please connect on LinkedIn. I'll help you as much as I can with connections in Sweden regarding space. So just a brief description of the way we work. This is actually a photo from S-Range. That's the second thing, or the most important thing that you could learn from this presentation. S-Range is the polar research station in the northern part of Sweden, and this photo is actually taken from that place. We have a really nice environment there, quite cold in the winter, but it's warm inside. And I would like to present the way we work. The Swedish way of working is that we always work together, industry, academia, and government. And I will give you some examples on that. Sometimes we also have civil society engaged if we have different interest groups, and they will also be. That's why we call it the multiple helix system. The reason I'm here today is that Sweden and India goes way back when it comes to collaboration. We have, at the moment, we have a very lively strategic innovation partnership that describes areas for collaboration between our countries and also the means of how to do that. And if you look at the right-hand side, I've made a very beautiful circle around space and aeronautics. So this is one of the prioritized areas with the support of Modi and the Swedish Prime Minister. And we get a lot of funding. You will see the Indian funders down there together with the Swedish funding agencies. So there is money around. If you are interested in collaborating with Sweden. I would also like to mention that Sweden is only 10 million people. It's 1/3 of Delhi in terms of population. It's a very small country, but we got plenty of multinational companies around in the world and here in Delhi and in India, of course. Space is one of the areas where we're very strong as well. S-Range. So that was one of the things that I would like to pitch here and mention to you. And when you go back home, please have a look, Google it, S-Range, read about it, unless you, maybe you know about it already. The good thing with S-Range is that, as I said earlier on, this is a place where you would have students, you would have researchers, and you would have big companies at the same place, collaborating to enhance the research or make it better, but also to connect with business interests. So S-Range and up north in Sweden is the place to be if you're interested, if you're an entrepreneur, or if you're a researcher, if you're a student. So if we look at, I'll just mention a couple of universities, since we have, I see that there are quite a lot of young people here. We have Luleå University of Technology, and they are located very close to S-Range. So if you travel to Luleå and study there, you will get first-hand contacts with S-Range. We have KTH, the Royal Institute of Technology, where I myself got my PhD, and I'm very proud of having studied there. And you would have Uppsala University, one of the oldest universities around. So these three universities, again, Google it, and you'll find how to get in contact with the right people, and also Google S-Range, and you will get the information that you need. Finally, I would just like to mention that we have a collaboration with India within space that is almost 40 years old now. So it goes way back, this space program or this space collaboration. And we have Swedish ministers visiting India. This year we had the foreign minister visiting ISRO. And in just 1 month's time, we will have the Swedish Minister for Higher Education, Research and Space visiting Bengaluru to meet with ISRO again and to discuss further collaboration. He will also bring around 20 Swedish startups and entrepreneurs that are eager to collaborate with you guys. I'll stop there. Thank you.
So we had a very interesting session on ecosystem for education for space, I would say. So if you look at the ecosystem itself, obviously the whole activity has to start very early from school students onwards, how to bring them, get them interested in this activity. And then finally, if you look at the activities in space itself, it's a huge complement of activities from space tourism to space adventure, space exploitation, going beyond. A whole lot of things are there. So today, many of our panelists have touched upon how things are happening at various locations and what needs to be done. And obviously, the challenge is quite huge because for a large part of the time, humans have been trying to look at what's happening on Earth itself. Now, as space becomes more and more important, it's also necessary that the humanity across the globe also starts working together and try to address through space problems on Earth, and also through space looking at space itself. So in this context, I think some of the suggestions which came up, I'm sure ISPA will take it up along with working with the AICTE, looking at how in India the various educational avenues that are there can be utilized for enabling both Indians and also working together with other countries. And like just now we heard how there are very significant opportunities available both for studying and also for conducting research globally. And it's very important that humanity works together for addressing its problems in the coming days. So with this, I'll say this session is complete, and I thank all the panelists for the excellent points they have made. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear gentlemen, for sharing your profound expertise and radical approach with us. It has been an honor to have you all among us. Let us appreciate our panelists for their valuable contribution with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I request Mr. A.S. Kiran Kumar to kindly felicitate our presenters. To Mr. Kumar. To Dr. Perik. To Dr. Sachin Brahma. to Ms. Kathleen. To Dr. Selvamurthy. To Dr. Dhoya Snyders. And to Dr. Per Ann Workstrom. Thank you very much. May I request you all for a group photograph, please? May I request for a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? A bigger would do better. Thank you. Thank you very much. As this remarkable event draws to a close, we invite Wing Commander Satyam Kushwaha, retired Director of ISpA, to share his concluding thoughts with us. Requesting Wing Commander Satyam Kushwaha to deliver his closing address.
Just like my email.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a matter of great honor to be addressing this August gathering, comprising of the finest leaders of the space industry who have built world-class space capabilities for India, as well as students who will be the flag bearers of our future. For this, I shall be always indebted to Chairman AICTE and his team, as well as Mr. Kumar, whose efforts were instrumental in making this event a reality today. As we are all aware, the world is seeing increased hotspots of volatility and friction, which are having a direct or indirect impact on our national security, economic growth, environment, food and fuel supply chains, which ultimately are in fact impacting our daily life and our sustainability. We, the inheritors of more than 5,000 years of an uninterrupted civilization, known for our value systems and wisdom, have an important role to play to strengthen the global peace and stability, while transforming India to become a global thought leader, a global manufacturer, and a provider of key products and services, many of which will be existential to the populations across continents in future. In this regard, technology will play a significant role in making India execute this role in a significant manner as the most populous nation in the world. More so, the space technology, which will see increasing innovation, sophistication, disruption, versatility, and adoption to provide us capabilities to measure, monitor, analyze, manage, and predict events, outcomes, and activities in real time at a global scale. Further, from point of view of democratization, the availability of benefits of digital technology, space-based broadband technology is about to be rolled out in India, which will connect the unserved and the underserved. These capabilities, powered by transformative technologies like AI, quantum, and other fourth generation AI technologies, are going to make this world a very different one from what we are seeing it today. This would include high-speed broadband communications, remote sensing of any part of the world or space with very high level of precision and monitoring frequency, which would enable greater business dependence on space data. One of the major problems today in adoption of space technology is that it is not flowing at the rate at which our business should be dependent on it. And this is where I think with times to come, we're going to see a very big change. We should also see deployment of very high quality, assured, resilient navigation capabilities, providing dependability to run cutting edge business activities. Some of the sectors which would see significant impact of space tech would include defense, transportation, health sector, education, governance, disaster management, insurance, resource mapping, environment management, climate change, to name a few.
Realizing this enormous potential, the Honorable Prime Minister took the landmark decision of opening up the entire space sector for commercial use. One of the early beneficiaries has been the Ministry of Defense, which kickstarted the first defense space innovation program, wherein ISPA was involved right from its inception stage to now. Given its significance, the Honorable Prime Minister himself launched the 75 Defense Space Challenges on the 19th of October at the Expo at Gandhinagar. While this first of its kind initiative has been music for the industry, it also brings a lot of opportunity to the educational institutions, training institutes, and skilling institutes to meet the skilled human resource requirements of present and future. It is important for the academia and the students to note that this bouquet of opportunities is not limited to science and engineering, but also includes sectors like humanities, finance, economics, investments, social scientists, to name a few. In fact, to meet our space aspiration requirement, a whole of nation approach is required. We are blessed to have an organization like ISRO, which has led us at the forefront for decades, as well as supported and complemented by other space companies and now new space startups, which are at the forefront of developing cutting edge technologies in the space domain. With the focus now shifting towards commercialization and militarization of outer space, we will need prosperous and resilient companies with technological maturity and ability to deliver at a global scale. Their delivery will need to be of high quality with assured delivery timelines. This will be some of the minimum essential requirements for Indian space ecosystem to become a net provider in the global space supply chain of future. To achieve all of above, we need skilled and globally competent entrepreneurs, as well as professional workforce to build magnificent space machines of future. And this is the very reason why the Indian Space Association has engaged with the AICTE to work collaboratively to make a competent and competitive nation middle force of future in the space domain. The high-tech nation building effort focused on space domain also places a firm and direct responsibility on the institutions as well as the faculties to provide the enabling mind-breeding environment to help groom the change makers of tomorrow. Such skill sets will also need to include additional soft skills, which will enable them to think out of the box, think multidimensionally, and help them to acquire multidisciplinary skills as they play and study in these campuses. We must inspire our students to do more and explore the unknown, which is the foundational reason why we went to space and landed on the moon. The wisdom to deal with real life problems of engineering to serve humanity would surely come from the real world exposure for sure, which is beyond the textbooks that are available today. The students too have a responsibility. And here, the very few that are left today post lunch, unfortunately. But for you all, please note this, that you need to spend your time, responsibility to push yourselves beyond limits. I would call upon you, the student community, to dream big. Think about India with a clarity of aim. These dreams should not let you be in peace or sleep with the normal, but should inspire you to bring positive disruptions for the benefit of humankind. The best would be to challenge yourselves in your quest for wisdom and professional competence. Do read about the leaders who have brought about an impact, who could be your gurus and act as your mentors while you steer your professional journey in the space domain. We at ISPA, in collaboration of AICTE, look forward to making your journey in the space domain much more interesting and meaningful. The MOU that we have signed today is the first step in that direction. Some of the key aspects would include engagement with AICTE to spreading awareness and understanding of space technology and its application amongst the students and faculty through webinars, events, and exhibitions. Increasing exposure to new technology developments at both national and international level through newsletters, events, and webinars conducted by ISPA. Jointly conduct orientation programs to apprise students about opportunities in the space sector, as well as new and emerging applications in areas of space. ISPA would also look forward to providing updates to the students about opportunities for the industry interaction, which would include things like familiarization visits, internships, and exposure to potential job opportunities subject to merit and user requirement, of course, through ISPA website, our newsletters, and mails facilitated by AICTE. Facilitate networking with national and global subject matter experts and industry stakeholders and successful industry leaders through ISpA events, wherein the faculty and the students of engineering colleges as well as management institutions would be requested to come. ISpA, in collaboration with the AICTE, would also work towards facilitating industry-driven technology challenges and hackathons for participation by teams of space technology and applications-linked engineering institutions to see how they can be groomed into the space domain during their study time. Please go to our website to be informed about the latest programs and events being organized by ISpA. The enthusiasts, the subject matter experts, as well as institutions can join us as affiliates through a link which has been made available on our website. I look forward to an increased participation in the space activities by our technical education and training institutions, faculties and students, as well as the industry, to work collaboratively to help building the human resource and research requirements of the space domain. So let us join hands to begin this journey in the vastness of unlimited space. As we say in ISPA, Bhumandal se Brahman tak. I would like to thank all our guests, which included our chief guest, Chairman ISRO, Dr. Unnikrishnan, Director VSCC, as well as other esteemed guests from embassies, foreign companies, Indian companies, founder of Indian companies, faculties of various educational institutions who are represented here today or who have joined us online, and the students for joining us to make this program very successful. I would also like to thank AICTE in particular for extending fantastic logistical support to make this event successful, for being available even on holidays, as well as their extra time to ensure that our team could work with them to make it comfortable for all of you. I would also like to extend my special thanks to Mr. Kumar, without whose support and coordination, we would not have been able to achieve this today. I'm also grateful to the ground staff who has joined us from AICTE for spending their valuable time and efforts to help us be comfortable, and also to the catering staff for having given us the wonderful food which has kept us going in this long event at this hour. My special thanks to the working team, which included Dr. Dinesh, Mr. Vamsi, Neera ma'am, and Mr. Santosh, without whose support we would not have been able to achieve all that is in a very timely manner. And above all, I would like to thank the volunteers who had come from Amity University. Thank you, ma'am, for making it happen at a very short time. And also to Team ISPA, led by our DG, for having put the faith on us to work and make this event work out in a very short span of time. And to all my team members from ISPA who worked day and night to ensure that we delivered a great program to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I express our sincere gratitude to all the speakers, panelists, and participants for gracing this occasion, making this event a grand one. With this, we come to the end of the memorable event. May I request you all to kindly rise for the national anthem.
Jai
May I also request for a group photograph with the members?